the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. Get the music still going. If this is the first time you're seeing our channel, I want to welcome you and thank you because every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on all the social media that the internet will allow, and even when they don't. We don't care about your government. If they want to say you can't, it is your right. First Amendment, you can speak about the issues that matter to you. It's raining currently. User has been banned. Thank you for being the first person to speak on the channel. And give me 2 seconds, folks, because I've been suffering from insomnia. I've been having a few problems that I've been trying to work through, and so I'm a little bit behind. I'm just trying to update everything so people will know that the channel is live and that we are having the conversation today. So bear with me 2 seconds here. It's a lot for a one-man operation, I tell you. There's so much that I try and in part make sure that we're able to provide for everybody. It doesn't always work quite the way that I want it to. And we are up, I believe, on Rumble as well. Yeah, it's definitely a rainy day today. So I wanted to talk today a lot about what's happening in the Sudan, what's happening in America, what we're seeing. It's crazy. And okay, so DLive and YouTube have popped for it. Okay, good. Doesn't always. So we try to make sure that we're able to reach as many people as possible. I thank you, Dal, for joining us today and also letting us know what's going on. There's a lot of information that's happening at the moment that I think are pretty important. And perhaps one of the biggest things is what's going on in the Sudan, what's happening overseas. Now, on this channel, we normally like to talk about things overseas, and we get to the United States. We talk about how everything interacts. We look forward to hearing your phone calls. By the way, if you want to call in, whether you agree or disagree with anything that is said on this channel, we are happy to hear your voice. And that's why you can call in to 607-242-9247 to share your thoughts and views about every issue around the world. If you think it's important, if you have an opinion, we want to hear that on this channel. And you're able to call in to do that at any time, even if it's something that I don't agree with, because I'm not a progressive. Just because I have a feeling or an opinion, you don't have to agree. I think that's very important because we need that conversation in America. That's what the First Amendment is all about. And so we're going to try and cover a lot of topics, and we do encourage people to reach us. I know overseas it's a little more difficult. You can try and reach us on Facebook Messenger, or you can try and just text us, as you can see that Dal and User Has Been Banned have been doing. And we'll be checking back and forth on Rumble to see how, if there are comments there as well, because I can't see them live directly. So I wanted to talk about what's happening in the Sudan. I think it's really, really important that we talk about this because it's amazing to me the difference of what we are seeing in the Sudan today versus what we have seen in Ukraine, what we have seen in Afghanistan. And we've been covering this from the very beginning. We know that in Afghanistan in 2021, Joe Biden, September 1st, lied to the American people. He told us that he got everyone out except for 100 people. In fact, the very first words were 85 Americans. Just 85 Americans were left behind in Afghanistan. When we know that number today, we know that number is closer to 5,000 out of 9,000 Americans that were abandoned. We know that just by the State Department itself admits that over 937 Americans in the first year were returned back to America after we were told by Joe Biden there's only 85. And somehow they have been trying to sell to the American people and to the world that anyone who they did not save, anyone that they left behind, that Joe Biden abandoned, well, they wanted to be in a war-torn war zone that has the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS hunting for Americans so that they can capture and torture them because it is a terrorist nation. And we know for a fact that there are roughly 100 Americans that are currently captured by ISIS, Al Qaeda, and the Taliban, and they're being held by those terrorists because Joe Biden left them in 2021. These are facts. We showed you the conversation from the international news, the BBC, The Guardian, confirming that Americans have been captured because they were left behind and they had no way to leave Afghanistan. We have highlighted on this program many times the February 2022 conversation, national news, Lester Holt interviewing Joe Biden as he says to the American people and the world that he is willing to leave 10,000 Americans, including children, in the Ukraine as a war was starting, and said to them all, figure it out. Find your own way out of the nation. In fact, it was August of 2022 that the State Department issued an announcement that Americans should try and find a way to drive out of the Ukraine because they're not getting help from the United States government. This is something that Joe Biden could have done. As we have gone over on this program for many weeks, it would have cost about $2.5, let's call it $5 million, just for an over-the-top round-off number, $5 million to take a C-130 from Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany to fly 2.5 hours, land in the Ukraine in February before the war started, and pick up all of the American children and evacuate them. I understand. You don't want to take the adults. The children could have been evacuated weeks before this war actually started, and Joe Biden instead said, nope, we don't care. He's not going to help them. So we've had 2 cases of that. And now we have what's happening in the Sudan. And I think this is very important to understand that context, because the news media does not want you to think about the context. They don't want you to remember what has been the policy and what is happening now. But I want you to understand that because now you have a context. Unlike other nations in the world, Joe Biden is willing to abandon Americans to violate the reason why governments exist, to protect the people. And he's willing to do that in multiple nations throughout many years. And the rest of the world is saying, if he can't protect his own people, who is he going to protect? What treaty would he actually support? I've said this many times, but it's important to push this in because the media right now is trying to convince you that everything is going fantastic, that there is no problem, and Joe Biden has answered it all. Here's the response from Reuters. Fighting is raging. Okay, remember there was the big announcement from Secretary of State Antony Blinken just this week, saying that there's a ceasefire, 72 hours. He negotiated it, which he really didn't. Many nations did. And they got a ceasefire for 72 hours, and it was all great. The Americans would be able to evacuate. He finally had the pressure in Africa, where 16,000 Americans had been left behind. The Biden administration took 70 embassy personnel, flew them out in the nation, and said bye-bye to the American citizens, 16,000 of them that were stuck in this war-torn nation as the Civil War expands. And what is this? All right. As we can see, it's only been getting worse. It's only been getting worse. As this is coming from Reuters, that the fighting is raging. What is that? I don't have anything open. Okay. The fighting is raging as Khartoum sees more open talks. They're looking to expand the ceasefire for another 3 days. We're going to get an extra. What is going on? I don't have anything open. Okay. An extra 3 days. Now, this is important because when we look at the BBC News, I want you to see this because no one else in American media is going to talk about this. We know that what the hell? Sorry. There's a link that I have. I'm going to find it. The Sudan crisis, the last plane to leave, or at the time, 13 hours ago, as of the last flight 13 hours ago, what in the hell? We know that the United Kingdom had 1,888 people were evacuated on 21 flights. This is important. I want you to remember these numbers. God damn, what is that? There's a link I have that's bad somewhere, and I have to find that. I'll get that in a second. But it's important to understand. There were 1,888 United Kingdom English. What is going on? Individuals that were able to escape. Excuse me, I'm trying to. It's always something, I tell you. There's always a bad link somewhere. There's literally nothing except my live stream running right now. So I apologize because I can't figure out what's considered a bad link suddenly. Anyway, I apologize. Really? Okay, that should take care of it. I apologize for that. Something happening in the background. What? How is this happening? Show me. I don't even have. This is funny. It's a window I don't even have open. Okay. So, 1,000. God help me. I don't even know why this keeps happening. I apologize. Yeah, it's tech issues. Out of the blue, Graham. Graham, thank you for being here with us. It seems that the government is upset with me talking about, well, basically just talking about the Sudan. What's happening with America, that 21 flights were taken by the British. Almost 2,000 Brits were released. And not only just the Brits. Let me also let you know that according to what we see from the Indian government, this is coming from NDTV, which is a left-leaning overseas broadcast, that they've had 7 flights with 229 Indians from India that had left. In fact, it's more than that, because they had over, besides the 7th flight that had 229 individuals that were evacuated, there were 365 Indians that were evacuated on Saturday. Another flight with 231 Indian passengers Saturday morning. In fact, they have over 2,400 Indians that have been evacuated from the Sudan in the 3 days. Now, this is important. The United Kingdom, 1,888. India, 2,400. The United States, in the first U.S.-led evacuation effort, 300 people. 300 people. This is from, and you can see, this is from NPR. NPR is confirming that the United States, in the same time that it took the British to get 21 flights and 1,888 of their citizens back home, in the time it took for 2,400 Indians to get returned to their nation, Joe Biden got 300 Americans. That's it. Do you see the difference there? We're talking about 7, 8 times as many citizens around the world are being evacuated versus Joe Biden. In the 3 days that they were able to negotiate, in the time that it took the rest of the world to get a couple thousand of their citizens out, Joe Biden was barely able to get 300 Americans out. I mean, it's a good thing that he's getting anyone out. It's a good thing that we're seeing that, unlike what we saw in Afghanistan, unlike what we're seeing in Ukraine, he actually actively tried to get someone home. But did you notice the difference? Because when the NPR article, and you will have the links at the end of the show to be able to see this for yourself, or you can go and search it right now, what you can see here is There's no mention of the thousands and thousands of others that have been released. They'll tell you that there's 16,000 Americans at least that we know that are in the Sudan. But they're not going to tell you, oh yeah, by the way, the United States is failing. That every other nation, the United Kingdom, India, other nations are exponentially releasing and returning more of their citizens than the United States. They don't want to mention that. They want you to think that 300 Americans is a big deal. Think about it. They start with the headline, 300 Americans have been evacuated from the Sudan. Most people would think Sudan is a small country. Most people can't even find it on a map, most Americans. So they think it's small, it's Africa, it's tiny. It's not. But you have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth article after you have to go what's below the fold, after an ad, then they mention, oh, by the way, 16,000 Americans are actually in the Sudan. It's only after they have been emphasizing and carrying on the story, after the headline, they're trying to trick you. They're minimizing the fact that they couldn't even get 1% of the, well, do the math correctly. No, they didn't even get 10% of the Americans out. Other nations are. We couldn't do that. This is supposed to be a victory. This is supposed to be the big news. This goes along with Joe Biden's announcement that he's running for re-election in 2024. And his leadership is so strong. The positive news that has to be spun by NPR and the left-leaning news media to make you think that he is a success is to say, look, he got 300 Americans back home. As the rest of the world has 700% more people being returned to their countries in the same time. And that he has forgotten. This is the same man who abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine, and at the moment, he isn't doing anything to help another 14,000 Americans in the Sudan. This is not leadership. This is not a positive. There is no upside to this story. This is very aggravating. If nothing else, this should infuriate people. I mean, I don't know why anyone wouldn't be angry about this. So I'm looking at this and I'm very, very angry. I'm looking at this and I'm very, very upset. Because it doesn't make sense to me. It's something that I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, this is crazy. How can we have this happening right now in our country where we have no one coming home? When we have thousands of Americans being abandoned again. And this is an annual effort. We are seeing this happen year after year after year. Think about this. This has been the third year in a row in 2021 and then in 2022. And here it is in 2023. We can expect probably somewhere in the world in 2024 that Joe Biden is going to abandon thousands of Americans, that he is going to fail to be able to protect thousands of Americans around the world. And the rest of the world is watching this and they are saying he can't protect his own people. When he tries to protect his own people, he is a complete failure objectively compared to the rest of the world in this same exact situation. And that we have no reason to trust him. If you are living overseas, please, this is very important. If you are living overseas, if you have family that is overseas for whatever reason, tell them to make a plan to get out of that country. Always have an exit plan and do not count on the Biden-Harris administration to ever get you home. We showed you a poll earlier in the week that told you on YouGov, over 62% of Americans do not trust the Biden-Harris administration to get them home. And there is no reason, in fact, I'm misquoting that, it was 80%, have no trust in Joe Biden getting you home safe from overseas. Make a plan, because this is the third example that you will not be saved by Joe Biden unless your name is Brittany Griner. Unless you are a lesbian, a black lesbian who plays for the WNBA. If you're that and you're an admitted criminal, then he would try and get you home. He'll try and get the criminal black lesbians. Those he will try to bring back to America. In fact, he will go to extreme length to make sure that he can bring back the WNBA basketball stars that no one pays attention to, that no one knows about, that no one cares about. Or relatively no one, I should say. The audience of the WNBA is smaller than most YouTube channels. Let's be honest. And so he's willing to get that woman, that one lesbian criminal, back home. He's willing to do that. But the rest of the Americans that are being held illegally in China, the Americans that are being held by Russia, he doesn't care about that. Besides the ones in the Ukraine, besides the ones in Afghanistan, and now those in the Sudan. Let me go back to some of the comments. So, Users in Band says, it's hard to ignore the fact that it seems like this administration is trying to burn everything down. It does seem like that. That there are more and more conflicts and yet less and less leadership, less and less organization. I mean, how many billions upon billions? We spend tens of billions on overseas spending as our embassies and aid that we provide to around the world and our infrastructure and logistics. And yet we have more Americans being abandoned at this moment than ever in my 55 years of life. It's amazing. I agree with you. Users Bin Bands mentions that there was a level 4 biolab, which means that they work with things like anthrax and the pandemic and measles and other variants. They do bioweapons research in these level 4 biolabs around the world. The reason why they have these labs outside of the United States is because it's illegal for them to do the things they are doing in the United States. That's why we have biolabs like in Wuhan, where there was the manipulation of a pandemic, of the pandemic virus, as we have now found out from the U.S. government now admitting that the pandemic was a leak of a virus, that it was a lab man-made virus. Well, they made it at a level 4 biolab, and it got out. And now we have another one that has been lost, and God knows what being released because of that. This is dangerous. Graham mentions that Joe Biden 2024 campaign messages, let's get the job done, the quote, inside job done. Well, think about it. Joe Biden's trying to tell you that he's great, that he's making things better, that everything is working out. He's basically saying what Obama did, is I need more time. The Obama campaign in 2012, his campaign message was, I need more time. Everything is fantastic. Everything is going well. I just need more time to finish making it better. That's what Joe Biden is saying for 2024, that everything he's doing is working out. Everything is great. You just don't understand it. You just don't understand how brilliant his plans are. And they need just more time, which is stupid. Because what we have seen is inflation has increased. Your credit cards, interest rates have increased and are continuing to increase. It costs you more money and you have less money available, and taxes are going up. But services are going down, and more Americans are being abandoned, and there's less trust in the world the world is militarizing because they think Joe Biden is weak. As we have detailed for well over 9 months now, we have been showing you how the rest of the world is reacting to Joe Biden as he abandons more and more Americans around the world. And please, do not forget this. I know the major media wants you to forget this. The major mainstream media does not want to talk about this. They want you to forget how he has failed. But look at what happens in the world. After Afghanistan, that's when Russia went into the Ukraine. It was after Joe Biden has continued to fail, as he failed in the Ukraine to get Americans back. Then China starts talking about taking over Taiwan. Then we started seeing missiles being fired by North Korea non-stop. It was after that we started seeing that Iran is deciding that they want to increase tensions in the world, that they're trying to militarize the Middle East. It was after Joe Biden had released 5,000 ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Taliban prisoners by handing over the keys that we started seeing Africa become a conflict zone with warlords going berserk as ISIS is invading and trying to incite more revolutions. This is all a consequence of Joe Biden's actions. We literally can walk it back to the day that as soon as after September 1st, when we left those Americans behind and forgot about them, the rest of the world said, this is it. This is the message. America just told you, you're on your own. And every country started to militarize, saying, I've got to protect myself now. I can't trust America to do it. And if America won't do it, and Joe Biden's too weak and incapable to take care of it, well, got to do it for myself. And they started making alliances, and they started making deals, and they're working on relationships outside of the United States. China has elevated its position in the world while Joe Biden is decreasing because Joe Biden is seen as weak and incapable. And every time he leaves yet another several thousand Americans in a war zone, China becomes more of a leader, and everyone turns to China and says, China, do you think you might be able to negotiate a peace talk? Hey, China, do you think that you might be able to protect my country? Hey, China, can we make a deal so you don't invade my nation? That's the conversations that are happening around the world. Hell, France, part of the EU, part of NATO, under President Macron, is saying that he actually said 2 weeks ago that the world has to stop working with the United States and has to go and talk to China. That was from the president of France 2 weeks ago. Think about that. Whoa. Think about that, folks. That was the president of France saying that. That's not a small country. That's not a minor secondary ally. This is one of our frontline major allies, a country that we saved twice. The United States saved them. The French love us. That's why the Marines carried the French fourragère from the deadly forest, because we saved France twice. The French owe us their freedom, and that's just a fact. It's a reality. And today, they have so little confidence. Their president is actively talking to China about replacing the United States as one of the leaders of the world, that they are diminishing the United States because Macron, in the 3 years that he has been able to operate with Joe Biden, has found him to be weak and a failure. He's been at G7 meetings with him. He's been at G20 meetings with him. He is watching what is happening around the world, and he's not stupid. I may not agree with him politically. I may not think that he's going in the right direction on many, many issues, but the fact is, he's the president of France because he's not stupid, and he can read the tea leaves. Let me go on with the comments. User's been banned says, I like how they didn't re-edit it for his slurring speech. Well, yes. You can't. Everything he says. I know, the moggers. Yeah, like that's a bad thing. MAGA extremists. MAGA is extreme. Making America great. Again, another trick that is being used against you. They're trying to take something that is implicitly, and matter of fact, explicitly positive. It is explicitly positive to say that you want to make your home, your country, your nation better, that you want to make it as good as possible. There is nothing wrong with that statement. That is an entirely positive statement, and I don't care what country you are in. You can be in Venezuela and say that you want to make Venezuela great. You can be in Canada and say you want to make Canada great. It doesn't matter what country in the world you are in. It is inherently positive to say that you want to make your country as great as possible. And it's only Joe Biden and the progressives that are saying, well, that's a terrible thing. Pushed by the news media. Well, that's evil. That's extremism. Who would want to make their country great? That's just got to be terrorist talk. That's domestic terrorism, that you dare to want to make America a great country, to make it better, to make it the best country it could possibly be. How dare you say that? Think about it. That's what they're saying in the news media. Every time they say that MAGA is extreme, that it's a bad idea, what they're saying is making America great is a bad idea. But if you say that, if you say making America great is a bad idea, everyone looks at you and says, well, they are a fool. That's stupid. It's explicitly stupid to say that. So instead they say MAGA so that you don't think about what it means. It's really sick that they do this. Let me go on. Yeah, users been banned is mentioning yes. To remind people, who is Brittany Griner that I was mentioning about? WNBA, the criminal, lesbian, and WNBA star. She was traded for weapons. The greatest weapons dealer, Victor Bout, the guy that they made the movie Board of War with Nicolas Cage, that was based on the guy. It's a real story. Hollywoodized, but it's a real story. That's this guy going around to warlords, killing, making sure that they can kill people, making civil war in Africa a commonplace thing. And we traded a criminal, lesbian, WNBA player for that guy, 1-to-1. No extra people, no anything else extra. We needed to have back the lesbian basketball player because that's a priority. At the same time that we have 5,000 Americans just floating in the ether, forgotten about. Just before we had 10,000 Americans being left behind, including children, in the Ukraine. It's really sickening. Graham says, it's an emotional appeal, but it makes sense as a continuation from the 2020 campaign. I guess it does, but I don't agree. So Dow says that there's an insurance analyst who has been blowing the whistle that companies are now refusing to write new insurance policies and changing old policies as they try and not pay them. These are health insurance policies post July 1st. Okay, I'm not familiar with that, Dow, but I wouldn't be surprised by it. Because what we are seeing overall is that the rest of the world, businesses that are international, countries are looking at the Biden-Harris administration and seeing weakness. And when we have a weak leader, when we have unprecedented actions where there are 30,000 Americans, more than 30,000 Americans have been thrown to the wind, just tossed aside. And the news media isn't speaking about this. They are not standing up to protect the American people. And when that is happening, everyone knows what's the next thing that's going to happen. There's going to be more crime. It's like what we see with the bail reform. Oh, we're going to reduce the penalties based on someone's skin color. We're going to reduce the punishment, the time in jail, the even having bail, having them actually show up in court. We're going to eliminate certain crimes so that if you steal less than $1,000 worth of whatever, if it's less than $1,000 worth of items, we're not going to charge you with crime. Gee, they said they would do this to help low-income communities, disadvantaged people, in other words, black people. And they're going to help the black people by reducing this and taking down the crime in their communities. And what was the result? We had 24 Walgreens shut down in California alone. We're seeing them shut down around the rest of the country. We're seeing that crime has increased. That bail reform, reducing penalties, waiving crimes, just eliminating crimes has not made people safer. It has actually made things less safe. We have increased the amount of, well, not global terror, but fear and crime in the United States because of these actions. And those are the same actions that we are doing. The same things that we're doing in California are what we're trying to do in the world. Think about it. The same kind of concept is being done. We have to, because there are people who are disadvantaged, quote unquote, in the world, in America, in California, we have to remove criminal penalties. We have to ignore the crime that they are doing because of the color of their skin. And around the world, what are we doing? We are looking at the bad guys, China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, and we're saying, for the most part, we're saying, we can't pay attention to that. We have to let them do that. We have to let Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Taliban, we have to let them punish women for daring to learn how to read, for daring to learn how to drive a car, for daring to go to school. That's okay. We have to let that happen. We have to let there be civil wars throughout all of Africa, being funded weapons by Victor Bout because he was released, because Russia turned him right back out to do what he was doing before, instigating more and more wars. Yeah, this is the consequence. It's the same thing, that the same policies in California are being done on an international scale, and we're getting the same result as in what we got in California. There's more crime. There's more instability. There's more fear. And we're seeing that on an international level. Now, let me say it again. On this program, if you do not agree, fantastic. Tell me why. Don't tell me you think I'm ugly. Don't tell me you think I'm old. Don't tell me you don't like my beard. I don't care about any of those things. What I want to hear is, if you disagree, tell me why. If you don't think that we are seeing the progressive ideology as we see in California being applied to some extent on an international level, and that the same failure that we are seeing in California is being represented around the world, if you don't agree with that, fantastic. Call in 607-242-9247. Tell me why. If you are an elected official from anywhere in the United States, at any level, local, state, or federal, and you think I am wrong, especially if you happen to be a Democrat or a progressive, call on in 607-242-9247. I will give you as much time as you need to explain why I am wrong. I am not like the major news media. I'm not going to cut you off at 3 minutes. I'm not going to cut you off at 15 minutes. I'm going to give you, if you're an elected official, as much time as you need to try and explain to me why I am wrong in what I am presenting. And I will show you my evidence. I continuously do so. Been doing it for over 5 years on this live stream. I will continue to do so. Hell, even if you're a candidate, if you're a Democratic candidate, a progressive candidate, you're with the Communist Party, the Green Party, and you want to tell me I'm wrong, fantastic, call on in. I can't make it any more appealing than I already do, folks. To let you know, to let them know. Oh, actually, part of the reason is because all right. But I think it's important. And again, no one in the news media is putting this into context for you. No one in the news media is saying, hey, did you notice that what's happening in the Sudan is horrendous? Where did I leave off here? This is this is the NPR article. Again, if you think that NPR was wrong or if I misunderstood it, again, this is from KATU Channel 2 News ABC out of Washington. What did they say? The first evacuations are starting. That we have gotten 200 to 300 Americans. That's it. 200 to 300, not even 300. 200 to 300. Their big thing is, oh, we had drones that were following the Americans to make sure that they would be safe. Drones were protecting everyone. It doesn't matter. There's only 300 Americans. At least in this one, there's 1, 2. They get to the third paragraph before they mention that there's 16,000 Americans that they left behind, that they didn't even get 1% of the Americans out of this nation, that they haven't even gotten 1% of the people back home. That's coming from ABC News. But let's go even further. CNN. Now, this is from the 29th, yesterday. The first U.S. government-organized convoy evacuates private American citizens from the Sudan conflict. Notice how positive that sounds. Sounds really, really great. And I want you to understand that the effort to get Americans out of a war zone, these are civilians, not troops, not the embassy personnel, just regular civilians and citizens. The effort came to get them home after the mounting anger from Americans in Sudan who felt abandoned by the government and were left to navigate the complicated and dangerous situation on their own. You can't make this up. CNN is telling you that the Americans, if you think the Americans in the Sudan who are in the middle of a war zone where no one's targeting the Americans, well, they feel just like the Americans in the Ukraine where they're stuck in between. And by the way, Russia doesn't like Americans, so they are a target. And think about how bad the Americans in Afghanistan feel when they're being hunted down by ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban, all three of these terrorist organizations that are looking to capture and kill American citizens. Of course, the people in Sudan feel bad. How about everyone else? Oh, CNN doesn't have time. They don't have space in the article to mention how Americans already abandoned for years feel about this in the same exact way. There was a part I wanted to quote here, though. This is how CNN explains the fact that there are other nations that are exponentially doing more than what the Biden-Harris administration is doing. They say, quote, despite a number of nations evacuating their citizens, they don't give you a number. The United States government had maintained for more than a week that the conditions were not conducive to a civilian evacuation. They're giving you an excuse. Going on, all the U.S. government personnel were evacuated in military operations last weekend. Who cares? So the Biden-Harris administration decided to tuck their tail between their legs and they ran away. They got 70 embassy personnel out of the country with 100 U.S. military personnel. Okay, they ran and they left everyone else behind. And their excuse for leaving 16,000 moms and dads and children, civilians, their answer for leaving 16,000 people behind was, we don't think we can do it. It looks really tough. It looked hard. So I don't think we could do it. And they said, and they won't tell you that every other nation, apparently every other nation, is doing a better job than the United States is doing. This should infuriate people. This is coming from CNN. I'm not making this up. This is from CNN yesterday. How about this? Let's go. This is from 1 hour ago, 1 hour before we came onto the show. This is from the BBC. Not only did the United Kingdom get 600%, actually 800% more people. No, I got it wrong. It's 600%. Not only has England gotten 600% more people out of the Sudan than the United States in the exact same conditions at the exact same time. Remember, the excuse that we're being told from CNN is, well, the conditions were really bad. We just couldn't get it done. It was really tough. It was hard. It was so hard that the United Kingdom did 600% more. And they're going back on Monday. In fact, the updated number is that the United Kingdom has gotten 2,122 British passport holders out of Sudan in 23 flights. Think about that. Now, I'm not saying that they've done a fantastic job. I'm telling you that they did everything perfect. They've already gotten 700% more people out at a time because it was difficult. The Biden administration said, we can't do it. Meanwhile, the British didn't give the excuse of how hard it was. We know it's hard, and they just did it. And they got almost as many people out as the number of people in India, and they're going back on Monday to go and get more people out. Please, if you have family or friends that are over in Sudan right now, tell them to try and find any of the Brits, any of the United Kingdom, any members of the United Kingdom and citizens, and go with them. Try and get a ride with anyone who happens to be in the EU, the United Kingdom, India. Try and escape with anyone except waiting for the Biden-Harris administration, because they're going to leave you behind just like they did in Afghanistan and Ukraine. They're going to throw you away. When the story is no longer advantageous, when CNN can't make excuses anymore, as they are doing actively right now in front of your face, they're trying to give excuses of why Biden can't rise to the occasion. After they finish with those excuses, you're going to be forgotten. When was the last time anyone mentioned Afghanistan to you? When was the last time you heard a story about Afghanistan, the women of Afghanistan? Remember how important they were? Remember all the progressives were telling us that we have to make sure the Taliban will take care of the women. They're not. Remember that promise? That they're going to they promised they'll take care of women. They didn't. They're oppressing women. Where are those progressive voices? Where is that outrage? Oh, it's not out there anymore. They don't care. Oh, okay. So throw that out the window. That's crap. They just forgot about those Americans just like they forgot about those women. Hey, do you remember the Iranian women? Remember how we were so upset about that, the progressive voices? We stand with the Iranian women. What's happening in Iran? Oh, they stopped talking about that. That's no longer important. That story is gone. We've moved on. Forget about that. Forget that the women are still being oppressed, that there are still girls in schools that are being poisoned in Iran, that there is an epidemic of schoolgirls in Iran that are being poisoned because they are women going to school. I don't hear any of the progressives screaming at the top of their lungs about protecting women now. You're not willing to say, you said that about Afghanistan. What about Iran? No, but you put out a hashtag, because that's what progressives do. They put out a hashtag. See how much I support them? As they sip on their lattes, as they play on their iPhones and say, I put out a hashtag. Iran will stop that now. No, it doesn't seem to. Mind you, the Iranian government says that they're not responsible for this, but they don't seem too concerned about stopping schoolgirls from being poisoned for daring to learn how to read and write and go to school. This is insane. And this is what happens when you have weak leaders, because Joe Biden is doing nothing. He expects you to forget about it. He wants you to tell him that he is a great leader and he's doing a fantastic job because he got 300, less than 1% of the Americans out of the Sudan. Isn't he fantastic? And if you never, ever take a moment to look at what the rest of the world is doing, that might sound great. If you forget, if you just completely forget what we have seen every single year in a row under the Biden administration, how Americans have been put into the middle of a war zone and then forgotten, then maybe 300 sounds like a great number. But if you have any context whatsoever, it's a failure. And it's a failure that is hurting not just American citizens, not just the United States and its national security, but the rest of the world going with it. And there is no one in news media that has the balls to stand up and tell you this except this channel. And again, if there is anyone in the mainstream news media, if there is anyone in elected office, if there is any candidate for elected office, any progressive, any Democrat that wants to tell me, Mike, you misunderstand, you have misrepresented any of this information, I will give you as much time as you need to correct me, to set the record straight. Call in 607-242-9247. I'm begging you. I want to be wrong. I hope and pray that I am wrong, that there is a solution, that we have been getting Americans and bringing them back home in the numbers that are necessary. I want to hear how we are doing better than the rest of the world and protecting American citizens. Please show me the proof where I am wrong, because I have asked Congress, I have asked members of our New York State, I have asked the Biden administration, and the only answer I get is, we're looking into that. Nobody knows. They won't tell you the truth. Very upsetting. Very upsetting. Sorry, my microphone is peaking a little bit. Let me go back to some of the comments here. And I'm going to check over in Rumble as well to see if there's any comments on Rumble. Not yet. I'm just sending a message over to everyone watching on Rumble, because Rumble is fantastic. We get, it's a wonderful statement about the obvious nature of censorship and suppression at this day. YouTube will show our channel to a good crowd. I love it. We have a great audience. They show up week after week, and we get about 1/10 of all the subscribers that we have that watch the show every week. Mostly because people don't know that it's available for them because of YouTube. And on Rumble, we have about 100 subscribers, and we wind up with hundreds of viewers of our Sunday live stream, both live and afterwards. We have about 600, 700% more people watch the show on Rumble than watch it on YouTube, believe it or not, or YouTube and Facebook combined. It's amazing. So just wanted to mention that. So let me get back to these comments. So let's see here. Graham mentions that in speaking about the Lord of War, Victor Bout, the man who was released to be able to enable civil wars throughout all of Africa, Victor Bout said that he did publicly state that former President Trump would be assassinated, or that people would try to assassinate him from the deep state of the United States. I've heard him mention that. I don't know if that's exactly correct, but he has mentioned it. And doesn't that make you feel better that he's been released now? Notice that he got released, and we got a WNBA star who is doing whatever she's done before. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what Brittany Griner has done. You don't know whether she's played in the WNBA since she got released. You don't know if she's made a new contract, what team she works for. Nobody cares. But Victor Bout got released, and we see Burkina Faso is in the middle of a civil war. We know that the Sudan is now in the middle of a civil war. We know that Africa is becoming more of a war zone. Call it a coincidence, but I think it's more than that. Let me go on. I know Dal is talking about the insurance issue, about insurance companies and how they are trying to protect themselves because the economy is falling apart, because the economy is in trouble. And that's a big deal, because the economy is in trouble, because there are problems that are going on right now, because this is not going away. This is not getting better. Let me make sure that people understand when I say it's not getting better, that it's only getting worse, that there is no respect for Joe Biden. Yesterday, April 29th, the Ayatollah of Iran said, even one American in Iraq is too much. Tensions are continuing to increase with Iran. We've already had, they said that they had, last week, they said that they caused one of our submarines to surface, which means they attacked it. Okay. Then they took over an oil tanker that was heading to Houston to help us with gas, this is going to affect gas prices. And now they're saying Americans have to run away from Iraq. They said, this is the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and he said, quote, the presence of even one American in Iraq is too much. Americans are not friends with anyone and are not even loyal to their European allies. Now, I want you to think about that, because this is the Ayatollah Khamenei, the leader of global terror in the world, and he's telling everyone, America won't help you. He's pointing to what's happening in Sudan. He's pointing to what's happened in Ukraine. He's pointing to what happened in Afghanistan. And he said, America's not going to protect you. He's pointing to the fact that Japan is building its own army for the first time since the end of World War II. He's pointing to the fact that North Korea has fired well over 120 missiles and ICBMs since the day that Joe Biden has gotten into office. That in this year alone, there have been about a dozen ICBMs and missiles that have been launched by North Korea, threatening South Korea and Japan and the Philippines and Southeast Asia. And he's pointing this out. And what has Joe Biden done? Nothing. What is Joe Biden's plan? There isn't one. There is no plan. Taiwan is being constantly threatened that they are going to be invaded by China. Joe Biden has done nothing to stop that. Nothing. And so, looking at that and knowing that every time that Joe Biden has been put into a confrontation, when he has to deal with a military conflict with General Milley, the traitor and treasonous General Milley, in our opinion, he has been backing up Joe Biden. And what does Iran see? Every time there has been pressure put on America, Joe Biden runs away. His answer is not to stand and fight. It's not to protect the American citizens. It's not to do something to make sure people are safe. His answer is run away. Every single time. In every single nation, in every single scenario. And Iran sees that weakness and is saying, now run away from Iraq. We've been there for 20 years. And he's saying, just run away. Just go. Secretary Austin said he said about the 20th anniversary of the invasion of Iraq. He says, looking forward, U.S. forces are ready to remain in Iraq at the invitation of the government of Iraq. Really? Who's in charge of Iraq? What leaders in Iraq? They're puppets. They're a puppet government. We are the leaders of Iraq. The United States has been for 2 decades. And he goes on to say, and those forces are operating in non-combat, advise, assist, and enable role to support the Iraqi-led fight against terrorism. Just like Afghanistan was, where we were there for a non-combat, advise, assist, and enable role. That's exactly what we were there. We were training the Afghan troops, and then we ran away and they fell. This is a critical mission, and we're proud to support our Iraqi partners. And what happens when we leave them? What happens when we treat them like we treated Afghanistan, when we walk away and give up everything? Oh, Secretary Lloyd Austin doesn't want to answer that. He doesn't want to look at recent history. He doesn't want to point out why it is possible for the Ayatollah of Iran to say that Americans are not friends with anyone and are not even loyal to their allies. These are his words. And he's not, I hate to say this, he's not wrong. It really upsets me that I have to say that the Ayatollah Khomeini isn't wrong. That Joe Biden is that much of a failure. And that this is endangering American citizens around the world. Sorry. Trying to work on something here. So, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, you guys tell me. Do you know why the rest of the news media won't tell you about this, won't put this in perspective? Can you understand why the Biden administration, Democrats and progressives, why they want you to think this is a success? And matter of fact, let me ask you directly. Do you think So let me ask that question. Do you think that the evacuation of civilian Americans from Sudan is a success? Does anyone think that? Because I don't think anyone looking at the reality of the situation actually believes that. I don't believe that's true. I know that's what CNN wants you to think. I know that's what MSNBC wants you to think. I know that's what the politicians in the Biden-Harris administration want you to think, but I don't think anyone who's actually paying any attention believes that. Dow says that optics to justify why they should have power and control and receive the mandate to rule from the people. Yeah, it's another failure. But this failure is hurting us. See, it's not enough to just say, we failed. When we say we failed in Afghanistan, when we're failing in Ukraine, when we're failing in Sudan, that means Americans are dying. It means Americans are being tortured. It means American children may be growing up orphans and may never ever be able to make it back to America. It means people are being hurt. Our people. Somebody's brother and sister, somebody's mom and dad, somebody's aunt and uncle, their cousin, their brother and sister, someone that Americans know and live with and love is dying. That's what it means. And it means that terrorists are saying, oh, it's open season on Americans. It hasn't ended. But Joe Biden's telling you that he's doing fantastic. By the way, Joe Biden's doing so fantastic that the Chinese Coast Guard is harassing the Philippines. Remember that the Philippines is begging the Biden-Harris administration to reopen a base in the Philippines to protect them from China. This is also why Japan is building its army, to protect themselves from China. And the Philippines has been begging for it. And what's China doing? Knowing that the Philippines is begging the United States to step in to be able to protect them, they're continuing to push against the Philippines. They're punishing the Philippines because they don't care. They're not afraid. They're going after the Philippines in story after story. Because they're going after their ships. Because the United States, there's no trust. There's no faith that the Americans will protect the Philippines, even if they make that promise. Because no one trusts Mark Milley, no one trusts Joe Biden, no one trusts Lloyd Austin. The American government isn't trusted. And so tensions are getting higher. Do you think that when South Korea, when Japan, when Indonesia, Malaysia, when Southeast Asia is watching, that the Philippines is begging the United States to protect them, and China is bullying them, is actively pissing on the Philippines, and Joe Biden is doing nothing? Do you think that makes the world safer, or is that making the world more dangerous? I mean, that's a serious question. I really want to know the answer to that. Because I think it makes the world way more dangerous. It tells you that you have no one there. It's like having a cop standing on the corner, and right behind his back, a woman is being assaulted. And he just never turns around. And the criminals are like, "You're letting me do this? Okay." I mean, it's that kind of a scenario. And that's the sad thing, is that Biden is getting away with this. And it's not just what's happening in Southeast Asia. It's not just that the Ayatollah is telling Biden to run away. And I guarantee you, if we leave Iraq, the Ayatollah is going to tell his people, he's going to tell the Middle East that he scared Biden away, that America was afraid of him, and that's why he made the statement. Because Joe Biden runs away. So in saying this, he's going to try and convince, and Joe Biden runs away from Iraq like he did in Afghanistan after 20 years, the Ayatollah is going to look like a hero. He's going to be the good guy. That's really scary. But if you think I'm wrong about that, and you think, well, no, Mike, it's really not that bad, remember that Iran last week said that they could destroy United States submarines. That this week they decided that they could take over oil tankers going to the United States. They were cutting off the oil going to America. And remember, we're energy dependent. We're not independent. We need the oil from overseas into America because of the policies of the Biden-Harris administration. So that hurts us. Every tanker that's stopped hurts America. It hurts your pocketbook. It increases the cost of energy. It increases the amount of inflation. It makes you less able to afford food for your family to keep the lights on. This is how it affects you. See, here's the thing. We're talking about the very same things that the news media should be talking about. It's not just this happened. It's this happened and this is how it affects you. Did it happen overseas? Absolutely. And it affects you. They stopped an oil tanker. That means the price of gas for your car goes up. It means the cost of electricity goes up. It means the amount of inflation that is affecting how much you make and how much money you have in your wallet is going down. That it's getting taken away from you. You have more inflation. You have higher prices for everything. This is what's happening. This is the recession. It's telling you that the recession is going to go on just that much longer. That's why it's important. And the rest of the media doesn't want to tell you this. They want to suppress this channel. They want to silence us. They don't want you to ever know about this. Because if you paid attention, what you're seeing is Iran is running around with their commandos saying, hey, we're bigger and stronger and better than the United States. And the United States is afraid of Iran. That's what they're trying to tell the rest of the world. That's what this is about. That they are telling the rest of the world that the United States is afraid of Iran. And that Iran can tell Joe Biden what to do. And China is more than happy to stand right there and let them get away with it. Think about that for a second, folks. This is why it's important to you. Even though most people don't pay attention, most Americans don't pay attention to international news. This is how it affects you. That's the thing. Most Americans don't pay attention to this because they think, well, it's overseas. It doesn't affect me. It will never interact with me. That's not true. It has a deep interaction with you. It absolutely will affect you in your life. It's just that the media doesn't want to tell you that. The media doesn't want you to know that. But let's talk about what's happening in the United States. We want to do a public service announcement real quickly. Nope, didn't do that. Hang on 1 second. Okay, so we have a public service announcement that Facebook must pay you. And for some reason, we're being blocked on, or partially blocked on Facebook. Okay, yeah. Gee, I wonder why. So Facebook doesn't want you to hear about this. You may not have heard this all the way, but there's a message that's going around. You may have gotten it on your Facebook account. You may have seen it in some spam, what looks like spam emails or spam text and spam notifications. But it is a fact that Facebook is in court at this time. And Facebook, and the court case is, as you can see on the screen, and there is a case number. It's the United States District Court for the Northern District of California. And Facebook must make a payment. They have made an agreement. It's a class action lawsuit that if you have used Facebook between May 24th, 2007 and December 22nd, 2022, which means my entire audience, it means me, it means many, many people, Facebook has been abusing your privacy. That's it. Now, the class action is they're not going to admit or deny guilt, but the fact is that they are giving a class action lawsuit because they abused your rights. They abused your privacy. They sold your data to all those. You wonder where you get all those spam emails. You wonder how you're getting those spam texts, how you're getting that spam in your Facebook account, how you're getting those clone accounts in your clone accounts being made from you from your Facebook account or for Instagram. It's because Facebook has been selling your data. It is a real case. This isn't spam. This isn't fake. Now, you need to go to the official website and you can look up the official lawsuit so you can find it, and you'll see it here. And you can get into the case document itself so that you can look this up. So it is real. And that's why we're putting out the links for it. And there is an eligibility requirement. You do have to submit this. You have to submit this before August 25th. August 25th of 2023. You can go and the link will be in the description so that you will be able to use this for yourself. And you can go and submit the claim, or you can download it and then you can mail it in yourself. But you must do so before August 25th. Now, they want you to think that you can opt out. That means that you will never get paid. That you will just say, thank you, it's okay. I don't advise anyone to do that. There is no reason for anyone not to get paid something back. It's your information that they sold. You should get something for it. You could make an argument to say, hey, I want more. I don't know. Maybe you're a big mega business. Maybe they took more of your data of your employees than the average person. I don't know. I can't say. That is an option. But you can always say, we want more. Okay. And if you want to do that, you have to do it before July 26th. Or you could do nothing, and you will get nothing. And Facebook, if you do nothing, Facebook will laugh in your face and say, yep, we took advantage of that person. I advise you, do something. Absolutely. This is your money. This is your information. This was abuse that they denied that they did. They went into court and Congress and told you over and over again, no one's abusing it. We're protecting your data. We're protecting your information. We're protecting you. And they were lying to your face since 2007. Lying to you. The major news media. Wow. Major media lied to you. What a shock. But they got caught. And because they got caught, and the case is Facebook Consumer Privacy User Profile Litigation. I am telling you, I would advise, I'm not a lawyer, so I can only tell you what I'm going to do. I can only tell you what I'm telling my family to do. What I'm suggesting for them and my friends is that before August 25th, submit a claim. Whether it's online or you download the file and you mail it in. But before August 25th, submit a claim. There is something like $724 million. You know what? It might wind up to $1, could be $2 per person. By the way, it all depends. The more people who do nothing, that ignore this, that just say, oh, that's okay. Or the people who say, well, it's okay. I like Facebook. I'm a progressive, and so it's okay for Facebook to do this because I want Facebook to exist. I don't want Facebook to become Twitter. So if you opt out or you do nothing because you're a progressive, Facebook is going to laugh in your face, and that just means more money for everybody who does submit a claim. So while the progressives may not do it because they want to protect the left, they want to protect the left-leaning social media, they want to protect the giants out there and make sure they have more money because that's what they do. So if they're going to do that, fantastic, just means more money for you and me. This is important. And I know the Epoch Times has spoken about it. It's becoming more popular. But the really funny thing is, as much as we see social media able to put out viral videos, they're able to decide who gets listened to and who doesn't. They suppress channels like this one on a regular basis. YouTube, Facebook, Google, they could have this in front of every single person every single day until August 25th, if they wanted to. Because they manipulate all the algorithms. They decide what you can and can't see. They decide how often you get to see it. If they wanted to punish Facebook, they could put this in front of every single Facebook user every day or every week up until August 25th. But you notice you maybe got one notification. One. That was 2 days ago. Maybe 2 days ago, you got one notice, one thing that said, hey, they owe you money. They abused you. Maybe you got one notice. Google doesn't really care. You have to search for it. And YouTube, well, YouTube doesn't care. They're suppressing this channel as we speak. They don't want people to know that this even exists. It's a public service announcement. You should know this. This should be front and center. You should be getting reminders on a regular basis saying Facebook abused your rights. They violated your right to privacy. They sold your personal data as they lied to your face and lied to Congress and said, oh, no, we don't do that. Yes, they do. And yes, they did. And they've been doing so for, what is it, 16 years? 16 years. They've been abusing you for 16 years. It's kind of scary, kind of sad. It's very upsetting, and you should be upset. And so on this channel, we do suggest and we would recommend that you take the claim. It's up to you. It's up to you. You can make your own choice. Talk to a lawyer if you need to. I wouldn't do that. It would cost you more to talk to the lawyer than you're ever going to make. But do whatever you think is best for you and your business, and I'd put in the claim. And by the way, that's per page. So if you have a business account and you have a personal account, that would be 2 claims, because the business is an entity of itself, and they sold that information too. So you may have an additional claim per page that you had. If you have a Facebook group, and that all the people in that group may have been targeted, as well as your own personal private page, as well as maybe a business page. So keep that in mind. That's the claims. You may have more than one claim. So that's kind of important. I think it's very important. But let's go to domestic. Let's talk to the United States. Let's talk about gun control. Let's talk about Joe Biden and his success. Because Joe Biden is telling you that he's got everything under control overseas. Yeah, everything's perfectly fine. You know, Africa is going to hell in a handbasket with various civil wars. We have Russia, they're fighting against the Ukraine, and we're basically funding it all. That's going on. We've got China getting really, all of Southeast Asia is militarizing, but everything's great because Joe Biden's in charge, and you just don't understand. That's his slogan for 2024. The Biden-Harris administration's slogan is, everything's great, you just don't understand. That's what they're trying to get reelected on. You just don't get it. Okay. Well, remember how he told us that having more gun control is going to make you safer. Didn't happen. It isn't happening. Red flag laws, gun bans, it's not working. You know, 11 people were shot in South Carolina. And it's terrifying. And it's shocking. And the gun laws didn't stop criminals. It didn't stop the deranged. That's really terrifying. And you should be upset about that. Yes, you should be upset about the criminals. But think about it. If it was someone who's black, they're going to walk away. Because social justice. Bail reform. It's not their fault. It's the color of their skin. That's critical race theory. But throwing that out, to me, the thing that's very important here is that what we're looking at, it's a failure. How about this? Maybe you think of it from this point of view. That the gun law, the Washington State gun law, Bill SB 1240, okay? That's Washington Bill 1240. It is a gun ban. They're going to ban assault weapons, which means rifles. They're not going after assault weapons. That's machine guns. There are 732,000 machine guns in America right now. To be exact, that's from the ATF. According to the ATF, there are 732,000 machine guns in America. There are 19,000 machine guns in New York State. There's 34,000 machine guns in New Jersey, as examples, according to the ATF. No one's being shot with machine guns. That's not happening. Rifles are only 2%, according to all the data, even from the left. 2% of all shootings, mass shootings, are done with rifles. 2%. I know it feels like it's more. I know it feels like it's constantly happening, except that's the media telling you to be afraid. That's the media spending days, if not weeks, trying to push a story when it fits their message. But when it doesn't fit their message, they drop it instantly. Remember the Tennessee trans shooter? Yeah, they don't talk about that story anymore. Why not? They don't talk about the 12-year-old in Florida. They don't talk about that. The 12-year-old in Florida who killed 3 teens, which every single gun law you can name did not work, cannot work. They're not built for 12-year-old criminals. It didn't stop them. And the gun ban, according to gun store owners in Idaho, the Washington weapons ban, like the Delaware weapons ban, isn't going to protect anyone. It's not going to make you safe. Because criminals don't care, as is discussed here. You end up with a ban where they can't own certain types of guns in Washington. Those people are going to float over to Idaho to buy stuff, and there's no way anyone can control that. Think about that. The criminals will just go somewhere else, including going overseas. We got a comment here. By the way, hello, John Cordisco, happy to see you. And we have Simply LS. Hello, Canada. Hello, LS. Oh, God. In Canada, Bill C-11 passed. That's really horrible. John identifies as royal family. He's he, him, your grace. Okay, your grace. I'm glad your channel's back on, by the way. But think about this. What we have seen is, okay, the criminals will go and buy illegal weapons. 12-year-old gang members, like in Alabama, like in Florida, are going to get weapons illegally. And that includes getting them from drug cartels in Mexico. So everyone's saying, well, we just need to ban guns everywhere in America. You're not banning guns in Mexico. You're not banning guns throughout South America or overseas. So you're not stopping Victor Bout from shipping in weapons into America, because that's what he does. That's his job. And he's very, very good at it. That's why they made a movie about him, about how very, very good he is at it. And he's back on the job thanks to Joe Biden. He's back in business because of Joe Biden. So you can tell me, well, we'll just ban it across all of America. And that doesn't stop the criminals from still having weapons. They don't follow the law. You follow the law. I follow the law. We're law-abiding citizens. Criminals aren't. The gun ban doesn't stop them. They'll just get the gun from somewhere else, whether it means crossing a state line or maybe crossing over the border. And they don't even have to cross over the border. The Mexican cartels are in America. They're shipping drugs into America. Think about it. The gun ban is less likely to be effective than the drug ban. We have drug wars. Remember the war on drugs since the 1980s? That isn't working. Oh yeah, fentanyl. How many people are dying? We have more people dying from fentanyl today than we did 3 years ago. Gee, that war on drugs is working really well. We have a ban on fentanyl. It is illegal. And yet it is coming through in record numbers in the United States. But you're telling me that criminals will not get their hands on a gun, on a firearm, because you have an extra law. Is that serious? Of course, and it's simply less is they're trying to ban everything. They're trying to censor people in Canada, in the United Kingdom, in the United States. They're censoring the truth. They're suppressing it. And you're right, LS. And it's really scary and terrifying that this is happening. And they're telling us that, no, but all you have to do is obey. Just obey, and the government will take care of everything. And the criminals are laughing in your face because they know that even if you were to stop, if you could ban every rifle in America, and that wouldn't change anything. Remember, they did that in 1986. It did not, 1994. And it did not stop mass shootings. It did not stop school shootings. It did not stop crime. It did not happen. The numbers stayed the same. So now they're going to do it again. And this time they expect it to be entirely different. That this time the criminals are going to listen because Joe Biden said so. And Joe Biden is the most popular president that has ever existed. He's more popular than President Obama was. At least that's what they keep telling us. He's so popular that criminals will lay down their guns, except they're not. Again, I point to the black supremacist subway shooter. I point to the 12-year-old in Florida and the gang members that killed 3 teens in Florida. I point to the Sweet 16 shooting in Alabama. I point to Uvalde. I point to what we saw with Darrell Brooks in Waukesha using a car. You're not stopping the criminals. And as much as you may want to say, but I feel safe now, that's not only is that a false illusion, it's delusional. Because it has nothing to do with facts or reason or reality. They're not making you safer. And unless I would be very scared for you, because as we see more and more of these criminals importing guns, they're going to come through the north too. They're going to go through Canada because everyone's talking about the southern border, which is wide open. We know it's wide open. There are 3,000 illegal aliens that are marching from Mexico City to the Texas border as we speak. We reported on that last week. 3,000 illegal aliens are marching as we speak to enter the United States. And that's just the first caravan we know about. That's the first group of illegal aliens, the big march, a big swath. We're getting about 200,000, 250,000 illegal aliens that we're catching entering the United States per month. And it's only going to get worse. And they're bringing drugs in, and then they'll bring guns in. And some of these drug dealers, some of these gun dealers, these drug cartels, these gangs in South America, they're going around south. They don't want to go through the southern border. They're going through the north. They're going into Canada to come across the northern border, which if you think the southern border is wide open, the Canadian-U.S. border, absolutely wide open. There's nothing but trees. There isn't even a chain link or a chicken wire fence. There's just a bunch of trees with a couple of markers every couple of miles saying, hey, this is the border. Literally. I'm not giving away any information. This is well known by the United States government that you can literally walk through many parts of the northern America, the border of America and Canada, and for miles upon miles upon miles, you can just walk across. The only thing that's going to separate the United States from Canada is a couple of trees, maybe a bush. If you're lucky, maybe a ditch, a creek. That's it. So you're not stopping guns getting into America, just like you're not stopping fentanyl from getting into America. But yet, Joe Biden's brilliant. But yet, we're told everything's fantastic. You just don't understand. You just don't understand how it's going to improve things, even though there is no proof and there is nothing to show us that we should believe it's getting better. How about crime? Delaware, last year, 2022, put in a gun ban. Did you forget? I didn't. In 2022, Delaware put into law a gun ban on semi-automatic rifles. Has crime gone down in Delaware? No. Let me go back to some of the comments. So, Aless says it's scary that crime rate is rising in her city in Canada, yet we can't even carry pepper spray or anything used for self-defense. See, and that's the problem. And I feel bad for you for Les because it's even more dangerous outside the United States, where you don't have a Second Amendment. In Canada, the United Kingdom, you don't have the right. So I know there's more knife crime in each of your countries, and I know there's other types of crime, but I always say it's really bad, especially for women. Here in the United States, I absolutely want to see a law that says that every woman in high school and or college must be trained on being able to use a firearm. Not that they have to carry one, but that they are capable and knowledgeable. And we need to advertise this on all social media and in the movie theaters. We need to message this every single piece of media and let everyone know that every woman in high school and college has been trained to be able to carry a firearm and use it. And you want to see crime be affected? Do that, and that will affect crime. That will lower crime. That will stop the criminals who want to mug a mom in her hallway with her kid because she's armed just like they are, and they will think twice. That's what I believe. But you can't do that in Canada. And I'm not surprised that criminals are saying, well, let's see, Trudeau, he's not trying to protect the Canadian people, just like Biden is. Trudeau is trying to be more like Canada. Trudeau is more willing to punish Canadians, as he did with the truckers, than he is to be able to stop criminals. Same thing here in the United States. So I'm not surprised you don't feel safe, Aless, and I feel bad about that. John mentions, wait until the people that want to be left alone get involved. Well, at some point, everyone's going to be involved. Dow says, criminals already make their own. Watch any AK guy cursed gun videos. Yes, see, that's the thing. Now the thing is, well, those are ghost guns. Ghost guns are the problem. Ghost guns aren't the problem. There are 350 million guns in America, at least. That's what we know of. There are 350 million. If guns were inherently the problem, we wouldn't have a population of 350 million Americans. That's just a fact. We have more guns than pretty much we have more guns than any single nation in the world. Civilian ownership of guns. No nation in the world reaches the level that the United States does. If guns were absolutely inherently deadly, we could never have a population growing and at 350 million at this moment. It wouldn't be possible. It wouldn't. If guns were inherently that bad, that's it. So the problem isn't firearms. That's not the problem. The problem is inherently the way criminals are using the firearms. And the less that they see punishment, the more likely they are to take advantage. Because why wouldn't they? It's not because they don't respect laws. That's why they're criminals. So if there's less of a penalty for committing the same crime, why wouldn't they do it? Because they're already committing the crime. And now there's less punishment for it because of bail reform, because of the color of their skin, because of their gender, their sexual preference. Think about that for a second. It's really stupid. Yeah, and simply Aless mentions, yeah, but Trudeau is willing, and the Canadian government is willing to still punish their people because they're not vaccinated, because they don't have the mandated jabs, but they can't defend themselves. And in a country like Canada, where the government's constantly talking about how they're going to pay for everything, single-payer healthcare, free healthcare, that the government's going to pay for everything. The more socialist, think about it, the more socialist the nation becomes, the less likely they are to say, hey, and by the way, we're going to pay for free self-defense courses. I wish that the Congress would say, hey, do you want to pay for women to have a self-defense course to be able to defend themselves? I would be happy to have a tax specifically to enable women in high school and college to be able to be trained how to use firearms. I absolutely would do that because that would help prevent crime. I would absolutely be in favor of that. Any Republican, any Libertarian, any conservative, even Democrats, if you want to take this idea and run with it, let me make it very clear. I am willing to pay a tax. Let's call it 2%. A 2% tax on everyone in America so that every woman in high school and college, as a condition of graduating, must be trained on how to carry and use a firearm. I'm happy to do that. Let's do that. We waste $120 million a year in education, which is stupid. We should, if we're going to spend that, we're spending it badly. We're wasting money with the Department of Education. I'd rather have a 2% tax or take the money from the Department of Education and put it into this program. Anyone wants to steal that idea, run with it. Run with it. But what I can tell you is that the bill in Washington State, this concept, this idea that you're going to be somehow protected, is a lie. And it's not just because I think so. This is coming from The Guardian. The Guardian on April 25th, Washington's governor, that's Governor Inslee, signs a three gun control bills into law, which includes the gun ban. And I want you to hear what he has to say. In front of a crowd of gun control activists and Democratic lawmakers, as they all cheered and signed the measure, Governor Inslee said it would not solve the gun violence. He said, quote, "Just because they don't solve all the problems does not mean that the state of Washington does not take action. Inaction against gun violence is unacceptable." Well, here's the thing. And I asked this of Governor Inslee. I asked this of Washington State. How is it protecting anyone? How does that stop a criminal? Any criminal? You banned the guns. Okay. We have the SAFE Act in New York. We have red flag laws. California has red flag laws. They have everything. Chicago, Detroit. I'm forgetting the one in Maryland. They have all the gun laws. All of them. And yet, gun crime is not down. It isn't stopped. It's not retreating. Chicago is one of the deadliest places on the face of the earth. If you just took out the homicides, the gun homicides from Detroit and Chicago and St. Louis, the United States would drop from being about the 86th most dangerous place in the world in terms of gun violence down to somewhere around 100. Did you realize that? Did you know that? And I want you to really think about it, what he said there. They know that it's not solving problems. What's the problem it's not solving? This is the big question. This is the question that the news media should be asking. When Governor Inslee says it's not solving problems, the question that you should ask is, what problem isn't it solving? What's the question? I have the question. The question is, what, in terms of mass shootings and school shootings, what makes someone decide to shoot innocent individuals? What causes them to do that? That's the question that he doesn't solve. The state of Washington isn't solving the problem of mass shootings. They're not solving the problem of school shootings. They failed. So if they're not solving that problem, what problem are they solving? Think about that for a second. What's the big deal? because they're doing the gun bans because we have to protect kids in schools, but we won't put any armed guards in there. We protect money with armed guards, but we won't protect our kids with armed guards. We protect when you go to concerts, they have private security, armed security. They're willing to protect armed entertainment with that, but they're not going to protect your kids with that. Okay, so they're going to protect who? Who are they protecting? Because the criminals don't care. The criminals don't follow the law. They're not protecting you. And we know from people in Idaho, they're telling you to your face. And the guns will still get into Washington. Even if you were to do it across the nation, the guns will come from the border over the Canadian border. They'll come from the Mexican border. You're not protecting anyone. Now, Simply Les says that, yes, of course I'm concerned to Les, and thank you for even bringing this up. And yes, every woman should always have their guard up. Always be aware of your surroundings, situational awareness. No matter who you're with, no matter where you are, always be aware of that. That's something that I got from the Marines, is I always have a situational awareness of wherever I'm at. That's why I tend to sit with my back to a wall and I can watch a door. It's just something that gets ingrained in you. It's a habit. It's something that you do. You just pay attention. When there's suddenly loud noises and people arguing, I'll watch that a little bit. Whether it's through a mirror or you look at them directly, you pay attention to that. Because even having a couple of seconds forewarning can save your life. It's the difference between being alive and dead. It's a big deal. And I can tell you, the one time I didn't have my guard up, and I've talked about this story before. I think I talked about it during my birthday, during my marathon live stream there, when a crackhead, this was in 1997, I think it was, 1997, I was walking home. It was later at night. I had gone out. I was working as a stockbroker. I went out and had a drink. I was coming home. It was a little bit later at night in the Bronx. And as I was coming home, I was confronted by a crackhead. And even though I saw the crackhead coming to me and he seemed strange, I didn't do anything to protect myself. I wasn't deeply on guard. I saw him. I was paying attention to him, but I wasn't on guard. So when he started to pass me, he was a little closer than he should have been. I should have been more aware and given him more space. But I didn't. And so that's when he grabbed me. And when I turned around to confront him, he had a 38, what looked like a 38 snub nose, pointing straight at the middle of my chest. Like that. There was a little bit of distance between us, maybe about a foot or two. But he was looking me dead in the eyes. No shaking of the gun. He was absolutely calm and collected as he told me that I have to be more situationally aware. I have to pay attention to my surroundings or I would die. I, of course, agreed with him. I agreed with him in the entire conversation that he had with me. Because if I didn't, I wouldn't be here today. He would have killed me. If I tried to attack him, he would have killed me. And the reason why he even had that opportunity is, even though I was paying attention to him, I wasn't paying enough attention to him. I wasn't being situationally aware enough. I knew that he was shady. I knew he was a crackhead walking down the street as I saw him. But instead of giving myself some extra space, giving myself the opportunity to be able to deal with him a little better, maybe pay attention to his arm as he's going to reach for his gun, maybe I would have noticed that. Maybe I could have done something a little different, but instead, I had a crackhead staring me down, stone cold into my eyes, telling me that he was about half a second away from killing me. It's an eye-awakening moment. No one should have to ever go through that. Always be situationally aware. Always have your guard up, even when you're around like-minded people. And I personally would tell every woman, get a firearm, get trained in having that firearm. I've told that to every woman I know in my family, women I've dated, my friends. I have suggested this to every woman I know. Get trained, know how to use a firearm, and I would suggest carrying a firearm. Whether they do or they don't is up to them. I've made that suggestion to them. I make this suggestion to everyone out there. And in countries where you cannot, where you are forbidden, like in Canada, where you are forbidden to be able to have a handgun, yeah, you know what? Screw you. I'm going to have pepper spray at least, or a stun gun. Going to have something that equalizes. Because if you have to, you know what? I, as a grown man at 5'10", have a, and I'm not the biggest, heaviest man in the world, but you know what? At 5'10", I'd have a problem fighting a guy that's 6'1" and weighs about 250. And I weigh more than most women. I am taller than most women around the world, by half a foot taller than most women in the world. I weigh more by about 50 pounds than most women in the world. And if I, as a man, would have trouble fighting another man who's only about 3 or 4 inches taller than me, that only weighs about 50, 60 more pounds than me, imagine a woman who is a foot smaller and is outweighed, the weight difference is 100 pounds. You need something to equalize that. Get pepper spray, get a taser, get yourself a firearm. And when the public is more aware of that, there would be less crime. Yes, I remember that there used to be an ROTC in high schools and junior high schools across America. I remember that, and John Cordisco is mentioning this, that was something that was very important and helped to teach people to respect firearms and to be aware and to give them some discipline. Dow says, the old adage is absolutely true. An armed society is a polite society. Absolutely. Because a society that's solving problems that aren't problems isn't doing anything. When the society is forcing punishment on law-abiding citizens and doing nothing to the criminals, you're not fixing the problem. Jay Inslee isn't fixing the problem. I'll give you a great example of that. This is coming from the Tampa Bay Times. A 12-year-old, 2 teens accused of a fatal Florida shooting of 3 teens. Again, we went over this story before, but I want you to see it again. A teenager and a 12-year-old, they are illegal. If you were to apply the Washington state laws, the gun ban, it would be the same thing as saying that a 12-year-old it's illegal in every state in America for a 12-year-old to have a handgun. Period. There is no state in America where that is legal. A 12-year-old cannot have a handgun. And yet, we see that it's happening. And the gun ban in Washington, the gun ban in Delaware isn't stopping that. The problem isn't the firearm. The problem is that 12-year-olds think that they should be part of a gang, and along with other teenagers, they think that they should go out and kill. That's your problem. And if you are not fixing that problem, you haven't fixed anything at all. What you did is you were just dancing around, smoke and mirrors, pulling the wool over people's eyes. And by the way, I should mention that this is a violation of the 14th Amendment. In Section 1, here's something for Americans. Remember, for every woman in America, I believe the section is, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Stop right there. So Washington State has told every single woman that they cannot protect their life, and they are denied property, and they are denied the Second Amendment, which is their liberty. This is a violation of the 14th Amendment. Besides the Second Amendment, Washington State is violating women's 14th Amendment rights because it is taking away their privileges, their immunities, their life, their liberty, and their property without a crime ever being made. This is a crime against women. I know, the news media will never mention it this way. They will not describe it this way. But the fact is that this is a crime against women. Think about it. That because Washington State, knowing that the law that they are presenting does not work, they know fully well that this will fail. It is, I'll show it to you again. He says, it does not solve all the problems. It will not solve 12-year-olds getting illegal guns and gangs fighting other gangs. It does not solve black-on-black crime. It does not solve mass shootings or school shootings. And he knows it. And he knows that in doing this, what he is doing is taking away a woman's 14th Amendment right to life, liberty, and property. Women should be upset. Women's groups should be upset. Where is the National Organization of Women? Where are the progressive intersectionalists that are out there? They're the gender champions like Kirsten Gillibrand. Where are these people? AOC, Cori Bush, Anna Presley. Where are these champions of women that love to scream and shout that they are there to protect women? Summer Lee. Where are these representatives? Why are they silent? Why do they have nothing to say about women being denied their rights, their life, their liberty, their property? I think that's an important thing. Yeah, Jan mentions hello, Jan. Thank you for mentioning. I'm a little behind on some of the comments. Jan says it's not about protecting, it's about disarming. And I agree with you, Jan. Dow says he's interested in seeing the results of the new legislation that removes gun-free zone restrictions and allows free exercise of armed staff to carry. The key, it's going to be better. Criminals want to have the ease of crime. The easier it is to commit a crime, the more likely a crime is going to happen. The more that their life is endangered, the less likely they want to do it. Do you want to steal something do you want to steal $50 if it means you're going to get shot? Think about it. That's the criminal mindset. I can steal $50 and I may get shot, or I could steal $100 from this other person and I won't get shot. Which one do? You take the 100. Why? Because, or even the reverse. I could steal $100 and get shot, or I could steal $50 and not get shot. Which one do? You probably go for the one that's $50. Why? Because you don't get shot. It's just simple human nature. Crime isn't that difficult. It just isn't that difficult. So if we are protecting our kids like we protect our money, like we protect concerts at stadiums, if we're going to protect our entertainment, if we protect kids like we protect football games, think about it. Football games, even high school level football games have armed security. And if we're treating our kids less safe than that, there's a problem here. Jen says that she just finished painting her bathroom. Congratulations on that, that you're fixing up your property. I'm happy to see that. Jen mentions have already showed that they don't care about women. They can't define what a woman is. We are now just birthing people, and trans seem to speak for women now. I don't accept that, and I think you're right. But I think it's very important. By the way, Mother's Day is coming up. Happy Mother's Day. I don't have a birthing person. I have a mother. Very simple. I have a mother. I love her to death. I love my mother. She gave birth to me. She's not a birthing person. She is my mom. And if you call her a birthing person, I'll probably hit you. Because she's not some machine. She's my mother. And I wouldn't say that about your mom. Your mom isn't a mere birthing person, some kind of machine that output you like toothpaste. I'm sorry. No, I don't agree with that. Your mom is special to you. My mother is special to me. Mothers are special in the world. And thank God for them, because if we didn't have mothers, we wouldn't be here. And we can see from the abortion numbers, there are many people who aren't here. So be thankful that your mom decided to keep you, that your mom wasn't a progressive, because you wouldn't be here right now. Yeah, even brood mother is less than something. I love that. But, we have to remember that. Women need, and there's nothing wrong with protecting women. Either allowing women to protect themselves or, in many cases, protecting themselves. Because if you're not going to give a woman the ability to be able to defend herself with pepper spray or a taser or a handgun, and the average woman in the world is, 5'3.5", weighs 130 pounds. You know what? The average man in the world is about 5'10", weighs about 200 pounds. I'm sorry, that's not something you're overcoming. We don't live in Hollywood. This isn't some kind of Hollywood movie like the 357, where women who are 5'3" are taking a 6'2" man who outweighs them by double, and they're just throwing them as if they were weighing, they were paperweights, like they weighed 5 pounds. I'm sorry. If you wanted some reality in your life, you see, I don't care what movie it is, the She-Hulk, any of them, you see a 5'4" woman try and throw a 6'1", 225 pound man. Watch that. It'll be comedy. If he's just standing there and she tries to throw him, unless he wants to get thrown, he's not going anywhere. I mean, that's just a reality. Again, if there is anyone who disagrees with me, I am happy to hear your voice. You can call into 607-242-9247. Our phone line is on. The phone line, I just checked it again. Phone line is on. You can call in and tell me why. If you think you have a birthing person and not a mother, no problem. Tell me why. Don't tell me I'm evil. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm some kind of MAGA extremist or that I'm a Trumper, because that doesn't exist. I don't know what a Trumpist is. I don't play trumpets. Sorry. And to say that I'm MAGA extreme, fantastic. That means I love America. Yes, I am. I have no problem with that. So if you have a real objection, something substantive, I want to hear it. No matter what opinion it is, whether you agree or you disagree. If you disagree in part or if you disagree in total, I want to hear your voices. That's what this is all about. And of course, you can always leave comments, like you can see that Jan and Dow, Simply a Less. I believe Agent Black's in there somewhere. We've got so many people from around the world. I mean, we've got people talking to us from Canada. Sometimes we have them from down in New Zealand and Australia. We have people who watch the show in India, in Peru, in France, in Sweden, in the United Kingdom. We have an international audience. We always love that. Please, also, don't forget, we're only able to do this because we ask you to like, share, and subscribe. I mean, you can donate money if you want to, and that's fantastic. But we really ask you to just like, share, and subscribe, because we get suppressed by Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Google all the time. They don't want you to have this conversation. whether you agree or disagree, they don't want you to think about the failure of the Sudan. They don't want you to see it that way. They want you to say, Joe Biden's great, therefore you're going to reelect him. They want you to think Jay Inslee is great, even though he's admitting he's not going to change anything. Even though that he is actually punishing women. They just don't want you to think about that. Because if you don't think about it, you won't ask the question, but doesn't this hurt women? Isn't Joe Biden failing on an international stage? Isn't the United States government failing the American people again? Again. They don't want you to think about that. They want you only to obey, to do what they have said. And I think that's wrong. That's what this channel is about. That's why we have these conversations. And that's why they don't want you to have these conversations. So I think it's important to point out the 14th Amendment there. I know. And John goes, but Mike, that means there might be mean tweets. So what? Some people say, Mike, if you were a nicer guy, you'd probably have more subscribers. I'm not a nice person. I mean, I'm not an evil person, but I'm not your buddy down the block. I'm not trying to have a beer with everyone. I do have beers with lots of people. I'm a personable person. But here's the thing. Who cares? I don't care if Joe Biden is a nice guy. I don't. I honestly don't care if he's a nice guy. I don't care if Kamala Harris is a nice woman. I don't care. Or whether she calls herself a birthing person, or whether she calls herself trans. I could care less. I care about, did you get 30,000 Americans that are in war zones and actively being attacked by terrorist organizations? Did you bring them home? I don't care if you're nice. I care if you get Americans home safe. I care if you lower inflation, if you slow down or stop the unemployment rate. I care about creating jobs. I care about kids being able to go to school without having to worry about mass shootings. That's what I care about. I could care less if you like me. I don't care if politicians like me. I know many members of Congress that are Democrats and Republicans. I know many members of the New York State and other state governments that are Republicans and Democrats and libertarians and conservatives, and I don't care if any one of them like me, because it doesn't mean anything. They could like me all day long and ignore every question. See, and that's the thing. We keep having this idea that we should like our politicians. Why? Because that's not going to make it better for you. It's not going to help you. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about here. And then I'll come back to the comments. This is from Josh Riley, April 28th, 2 days ago. Josh Riley says that upstate New York has been his family's home for over 100 years. Josh Riley, who is running for the New York 19th District again, because he lost last time, so now he's jumped back into the race. Why? Because he's a Democrat and because he wants to be a congressman, not because Mark Molinaro, who won, has done anything wrong. There's no ad that Josh Riley can point to and say, this is something bad that Mark Molinaro has done. He can just say he's not a Democrat. That's it. So Josh is saying his family's been in upstate New York for 100 years. Who cares? See, this is how you get false advertising. This is how they're trying to sell you on a stupid idea because it has nothing to do with it. His family's been, okay, does that mean what were they doing for the last 100 years? How does that change it? Did they change New York State somehow? Did they invent something? Did they invest in something? Did they create a business that employs hundreds of thousands of people? You lived, so what? I lived upstate for 55 years. And what has that got to do with anything? My mother lives upstate for probably 50 years of her life. What does that mean? Nothing. that has nothing to do with whether or not women are protected, whether our schools are safe. It has nothing to do with inflation. It has nothing to do with getting a job. It has nothing to do with whether Iran is telling Joe Biden to run away. It means nothing. Going on, Josh Riley says, I'm running for Congress because corrupt politicians have sold out neighborhoods like the one I grew up in. I'm coming back to that in a second. We're ready for new leadership. I'll come back to that. Spread the word. This is from Josh Riley on April 28th. Okay, so my comment to Josh Riley is, New York State has been controlled by Democrats for over 60 years in a row. In fact, we're about 65 years of Democrats controlling New York State's politics. Every law, every bill, every budget that's been put through, the debt for 6 decades, longer than I have been alive, longer than Josh has been alive by about double. This is all Democrats. So when Josh says that he's talking about corrupt politicians that sold out neighborhoods, well, for 6 decades, that's been Democrats. So he's telling us that he's running because the corrupt Democrats sold out his neighborhood. So he wants to be a Democrat in power. Does that make any sense to you? What is that telling you? That he wants to be a corrupt Democrat too? Is that he wants to increase the debt of New York State and the nation? That he wants to be part of the problem? Is that what he's trying to tell us? And he says we need new leadership. New York State, Chuck Schumer has been in office for 40 years. Kirsten Gillibrand has been in elected office for 30 years. We have dozens of politicians in New York State that have spent decades in elected office. They're not new. He's not looking for new leadership. He's not trying to get Nancy Pelosi out. He's not looking for term limits. He wants to be in. It's his feeling. He is asking you to feel like he feels. This is a play on emotions, and he's ignoring the problem. So again, I said, you realize that New York State has been controlled by Democrats for 60 years, like Chicago, like Baltimore, like California, like LA, like New York City, and almost all the largest cities in the United States, where poverty, decay, and corruption are rampant. Crime is rampant in New York City, in Syracuse, in Rochester, and especially in Rochester. Oh my God, ask Marcus Williams, who lives in one of the worst neighborhoods in Rochester, about the education system. Ask Marcus Williams, who ran for the 139th, I believe it was the 139th Assembly District seat. Ask him about the crime in Rochester. Ask him about the crime that happens within a block of his home. These are Democrats that have controlled these things. So, and I go on to ask Josh Riley, so you support the people that destroyed our neighborhoods, and you want to be voted into office for supporting the decay, the poverty, the corruption? You notice he never responded to me. He had nothing to say. He didn't answer me at all, because that's the kind of politician he is. He wants people to feel but not think. And when someone asks him a question that he should be able to answer, he's running for Congress. I have run for Congress, and I could tell you every reason why I ran for Congress. When I was going into office after office, when I went to newsroom after newsroom, they tried to stump me every single time. Why? Because I was a young black man walking in saying, I'm going to run for Congress. And they thought I didn't know what I was talking about. And every question about the economy, about international politics, about domestic politics, I could point out the laws and the reasons why I were against them, like the H-1B visas, which I still oppose. H-1B visas are bad. They increase the amount of unemployment in America. They take away STEM jobs from Americans. There are twice as many Americans looking for a STEM job as every person that comes into America with with H-1B visas. I hate them. But that being said, the fact is, Josh can't answer this. He won't answer it because he can't answer it, because he knows what the answer is. I know Josh. I've known him for 7 years. Josh is not an ignorant man. He's not stupid. That's why he worked as a lobbyist in Washington, D.C. He's not stupid. He isn't trying to get a question answered. He doesn't want me to question him. He doesn't want to answer. He doesn't want people to think. He just wants you to feel, oh, they're bad. Those are bad people. Yeah, it's his people that are the bad people. He just doesn't want you to connect that. He leaves out the part, yes, but Democrats run New York and L.A. and Washington State, Portland, Seattle. They're the ones who are running Boulder and Maryland and Delaware and Chicago, Illinois. And that's all the places with the highest crime, the highest poverty, the highest decay. Maybe they're doing something wrong. Maybe we shouldn't keep re-electing them. He doesn't want to do it. Because as user says, it's an inconvenient question. It's a question that he knows the answer is, yeah, but your people screwed up. How are you different? Notice he doesn't even say, I'm different. He doesn't even say, he's different. He just says he wants the job. This is how they mislead you. This is how they lie to you in your face. He's not telling you why he should get the job. He didn't say anything about why. Josh Riley isn't saying anything about why he's good as a member of Congress. He's not saying that he's better than Mark Molinaro. He's not saying that he's better than the corrupt New York elected officials over the last 60 years. He's not telling you anything. He tells you that he has a family that goes back 100 years. Fantastic. Who cares? My family goes back to the 1860s. What does that mean? Nothing. That has nothing to do with how you live your life or what you did with your life. It doesn't have anything to do with whether you're going to help people or not. He goes on to say, again, he wants to run because the corrupt politicians are in his party and he wants to be one of them. That's not a reason. That doesn't lower inflation. That doesn't make our southern border or our northern border any safer. It doesn't make our world leaders respect America. It doesn't stop China from trying to take over Taiwan. It doesn't stop North Korea from firing a missile. It doesn't lower the inflation rate. It doesn't lower our interest rates. It doesn't do anything. And when we recognize these things, we recognize that you're being lied to. It's just like Facebook, who since 2007 promised you, don't worry, we're not selling your data. Don't worry, we're not selling your private data. And then they turn out and they've been selling your private data for the last 16 years. They've been lying to your face. There is no suppression. There is no censorship. That's not happening. It's in your mind, except there's the Twitter files that prove that they've been doing it actively with the support of Democrats and progressives in the United States government. See, we need to ask questions of all of our governments. Of all of our governments, whether you're in the United States or anywhere else, we need to ask these questions and challenge them, because if we don't, it only gets worse. Jan mentions no politician will answer questions because they don't really want you to know where they stand, because everything is about what's important to special interests. Well, yeah, if they don't answer your question, then you can never say, well, you're wrong. You can never say, I have a better idea. You can never say, I don't agree with you. If it's only about how I feel right this second, then he might get a donation of money. He might get your vote, because it's about this moment, this feeling. It's not about anything of substance. And that's why things are getting worse, because we're dealing with emotions and not anything of substance. If you're running for Congress, I have said this many, many times. In I've done interviews since 2008 with people who have run for Congress, not just in New York State, but across the country. And I have asked them, and I have given them serious questions, and I tell them every single time, whether they're a first-time candidate or a repeat candidate, if you can't answer my questions, you shouldn't be elected. If you don't have a substantive reason for why you are running, you don't deserve to be in the race. I don't care what party you're in. I don't care what gender you are. I could care less what your sexual preferences are, because none of that is meaningful. None of that actually changes the cost of tea in China. I could care less. And that's why they're afraid to answer substantive questions. Because when you say, I don't care how I feel. I've had a beer with Josh. I've hung out with Josh. Big deal. And I still will question Josh. Because how we interacted for a couple of years, we were hanging out, we were having beers, we're joking around, has nothing to do with whether or not he's going to support birthing people or mothers. It has nothing to do with whether or not he's going to try and push red flags down your throat and steal your property and deny you your 14th Amendment rights, or whether he's going to support the Second Amendment. John puts it, you know what, John? That is a great quote. Where Charlie Brown and the Democrats and progressives are Lucy holding the football. And they keep telling us, don't worry, this time I'll let you kick the football. This time, you're going to be able to kick that football. I promise. And then it doesn't happen. Hal. Hello, Hal. Always good to hear from you and have you join us. Hal says, if you can't answer a question directly, you shouldn't be running for office. Candidates won't answer questions straightforward in hopes that they can hide their positions from voters. It's pathetic. And I agree with you, Hal. And by the way, folks, Hal Stewart was running for a time, he was running for the New York 22nd District and I think the New York 19th for part of the time in 2022. And I interviewed Hal about running for elected office. And I believe, Hal, you felt that was a fair interview. And I asked you substantive questions. Now, that doesn't mean that we agreed. That has nothing to do with it. I've never asked anyone, you must agree. I asked the questions so that they can give the answers. And we have politicians, far too many politicians, left, right, and center. We're talking about libertarians. We're talking about Republicans. We're talking about progressives who are out there, and they won't answer because they're hiding from you. Because no one in the news media is asking them, actually making them stand up and say, no, but you have to have an answer. You have to have an answer. I want to hear what's the answer from the Democrats about, okay, Joe Biden's trying to say that he's protecting Americans overseas. He's saying he's doing such a great job that he got 300 Americans home from the Sudan. There's 16,000 that are still waiting to go. And at the very same time that he got all 300, we have 2,200 that were rescued by the British. That the Indian government was able to rescue 2,400. That the British government's going back in for the next 3 days. They're going to get even more people. And Joe Biden got 300. Under the same circumstances at the same time. And meanwhile, there's 30,000 Americans in the world in war zones being hunted by terrorists, and that's all because of Joe Biden. You know what? 300 people. I'm happy, but that's a drop. Literally, that is a drop in the bucket. House Seconds, I was wrong. He ran for the first iteration. The district lines changed. So he ran for the New York 22nd before the lines got all turned around. And after the two map changes, it was too much. He'll be announcing a run for the New York 19th. Okay. Well, congratulations on that, and I hope you do well. And Hal goes on saying, yes, you are 100% fair. In fact, you let me answer without interjecting your opinion or thoughts. That's the job. When I'm interviewing someone, a candidate or an elected official, it's ask the question, give me an answer, which is what I beg for on this channel all the time. How many times in this live stream alone have I said, if there's an elected official that can answer this and thinks that I'm wrong, I'll give them all day long if they want. I'll give them as much time as they need. So we got some breaking news, folks. There's a Texas shooting suspect. So you may have heard that came out this weekend. There was a shooting of a family in Cleveland, Texas. Cleveland, Texas, man shot an entire family because they were making too much noise, as I understand the news. And I'm looking for this. So just to show everyone. So Jan has mentioned that the news has come out that he is an illegal immigrant. I'm trying to find that news. Oh, no. Oh, here it goes. Well, this is from Twitter, that he's a Mexican national. Hang on, I'm trying to find the news story, folks. And this is one of the ways that you find the stories. Type in, some of the key words here. So there's a Twitter comment, but let me see if let's check DuckDuckGo. What does DuckDuckGo have to say? Because never trust Google. Never trust Google. So this is coming from Houston News. Law enforcement's checking him. Yeah, it's according to the news, it was a baby was trying to sleep, wouldn't let him sleep, made too much noise, so he decided to kill the entire family. Here it is. San Juan was Jacinto County Sheriff Greg Caper said they were trying to identify Oropeza through his Mexican consulate card. That means he's an illegal alien. If you're going through the Mexican consulate, he's not an American. Dow says he's twice deported, illegal alien, got back in the country, obtained and possessed a firearm illegally, and used it on a family who had incidentally reported. So he used it against other illegal aliens. Oh, fantastic. Dow, do you have that article? What is the title and the publication source? So think about it, folks. But here's the thing. So I want you to see something, folks. Again, this is how they disguise this from you. This is from KPRC Channel 2 in Houston. Okay? So this is the news, local news in Houston that we are looking at. And so it's a credible news source. And in their story, which came out on April 29th, updated today, so within the last 24 hours, so we go 1, 2, 3. So the fourth paragraph hints, they don't even say it outright, but they hint that he has a Mexican consulate card. Notice they don't say he's an illegal alien. They don't say he's an undocumented alien. They don't even say that he is a legal alien in the United States. They won't even mention his immigration status. Instead, they say that he has a Mexican consulate card because they are obfuscating. They're putting a smoke screen in front of you, trying to use different ways to say this guy is at the very least, he is a migrant of some sort. But they don't want to bring up the fact that the southern border is wide open. They don't want to bring up the fact that there are illegal aliens throughout Texas, that they are causing a problem. And in this case, they're adding to the mass shootings in the United States, that they are endangering lives. They don't want to make that statement because obviously you'll pick it out. No, they want to talk about his Mexican consulate card. The only people who have a consulate card in a country are people from a different country. You have to be a foreigner to have a consulate card. A Mexican consulate card comes from the nation of Mexico. He's not an American. So this isn't an American crime. Mind you, all the gun stats, all of the progressive movement, they're going to scream about the gun and they're going to scream about another mass shooting, but they won't scream about the fact that he's an illegal alien. This story is going to die quick. They're going to kill this story. Why? Because he's an illegal alien. And they don't want to talk about the open border. They don't want to talk about immigration. They don't want to talk about the fact that there's been 5.5 million illegal aliens entering into the United States. So reportedly, it seems that this guy has been deported twice. So he's a repeat offender if the information is correct. He is illegally owning a firearm. So by the way, all the gun control failed yet again. Why? Because an illegal alien, if the news is correct, an illegal alien got a firearm, it doesn't matter which one, they're not supposed to be able to get any of them, and killed a family. So gun control failed, the border, closing the border failed, Kamala Harris failed, Joe Biden failed. Then we have the fact that he's a repeat offender. This is just horrible. This is horrific. And a day ago, they're trying to hide this from you. Okay, let me try and find it on the Independent. Hang on, folks. I'm trying to find this. Really? What? No. So I'm not seeing, I'm sorry, folks. I'm just trying to look it up. It's not giving me the title. Okay. Well, again, so I'm just trying to search it through, and it's just not giving it to me. It just does not want to give me the story. Oh, there it is. There it is. 34 minutes ago. Texas shooting. Latest. This is breaking news. Francisco Opresa still at large as 5 victims shot in Cleveland execution style. In the city of Cleveland, Texas, killed an 8-year-old. Shot his neighbors with a rifle. The whereabouts of Mr. Oropesa, who is originally from Mexico, are unknown. Victims, family has a GoFundMe, $80,000 reward for him. He could be anywhere. This is what he looks like. I hope they find him, arrest him, give him the death penalty. If he's guilty. If he's guilty, he should get the death penalty. Yeah, they keep saying he's from Mexico originally. Well, yeah, I figured that out. In fact, if you're listening to the local news, at least the local news made it very clear. He's from Mexico. But they don't want to say he's from Mexico. Instead, they say he has a Mexican consulate card. You know what? That is just insulting. That is absolutely insulting and deceptive. That they would say that they're going to use this as a trick. And they're going to say, you know what? We can't say the word illegal alien. We can't say the word that he's a migrant. So instead, we're just going to say that he has a Mexican consulate card and hope that people are dumb enough not to figure out what that means and how he entered the United States, and that owning a firearm is illegal and gun control failed, just like the border failed. Doesn't that make people upset? Shouldn't you be upset right now? So these promises that you're going to be safe, just proven yet again. Because illegal aliens, they're already criminals. They broke federal law. And here he is, they're breaking more laws, whether it's driving to a job, which means they're driving illegally because they don't have insurance, because you can't have insurance as an illegal alien. You can't have a driver's license as an illegal alien. So if they're driving to and from work, they're a criminal on top of that, which is why we have problems with drunk driving. There's so many levels of the problems here, folks. And I'm not telling you that all illegal aliens are bad people. I'm not saying that. Let me be clear. I understand why there are millions of illegal aliens trying to enter the United States every year. I get it. Because we have a good country. We have the highest quality of life. You have the most freedom in the world. I get it. I understand why they're coming in through Canada. I understand why they're coming up through Mexico. I understand why they're trying to come in at every coast. They're trying to get to America every way they can think of. I understand it. I understand that you don't want to live in hellholes. As much as the news media wants us to think, as much as the Biden administration keeps saying that Americans are choosing to be hunted by the Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda, that Americans are choosing to live in the Ukraine and be shelled by Russia, to be attacked by Russian army, that they're trying to tell us that Americans want to live in a civil war in the Sudan where there was the genocide of Darfur for 2 decades, that Americans want to live in the middle of that. As much as they want us to believe that, the reality is that's not the case. They want to come home. Other people in the world want to come to America. That's why they come in the millions. I get it. Because we don't have Darfur happening in America. Because we don't have genocides and civil wars that are happening around the world nonstop for decades in the United States. Because we don't have Russia or China trying to invade the United States. I get it why they want to come here. But that doesn't mean they get to break the law to do it. And that doesn't mean that they get to break other laws on top of that and then ask us for money. I mean, think about it. This is one of the problems. One of the funny things, because it ties into it, is Eric Adams. Eric Adams, the practical progressive, is trying to get FEMA to ban illegal aliens. It is Eric Adams who is asking for illegal immigration to end, to block, to stop the illegal immigration. Because, illegal aliens are coming to New York State. More and more of them are coming to New York City because he's putting them up in hotels. He's spending $60,000 per illegal alien to let them live in 3-star hotels, that someone is bringing them room service and cleaning the rooms for them so they can sit back in a hotel room and live the life of Riley. And they're getting fed and they're getting money from Eric Adams, from the Practical Progressive, and it is destroying the New York City economy. Illegal aliens are destroying New York City and therefore New York State. And he knows it. And now he's trying to get FEMA because he doesn't want to go to Congress. Congress could stop this in a second. He could go to the Biden administration and demand that Kamala Harris, the southern border czar, lest we forget, she had that job in March of 2021. She has failed. Secretary Mayorkas has failed. He could go to Secretary Mayorkas, who's a Democrat. He can go to Kamala Harris, who's a Democrat. He can go to Joe Biden, who's a Democrat. He could go to Congress and ask the Democrats there. He doesn't. Instead, he's going to FEMA to try and get the same thing done, but less quietly, because it's about politics, because he doesn't want to embarrass them, because Joe Biden wants to run for re-election in 2024. In the meantime, in Texas, there's a family that's dead because gun control didn't work, because illegal aliens are entering our nation, because Democrats are weak and Joe Biden is weaker than them all. And yes, Jan, FEMA doesn't make laws. So why is he asking FEMA? I don't know. Dow says that the first reaction from the DNC propaganda bots on Twitter were immediately that it was a MAGA nut shooting an AR-15 irresponsibly. Isn't that always the answer? For the first 12 hours of every story, it's always a shooting. Well, it must be some right-wing nut. That's what they always say. It's a right-wing nut. And then as soon as we find out it's not a right-wing nut, then they go, oh, no, we don't need to talk about that story. It's not an important story. Bury the story. Just like we're seeing that we're not seeing the mainstream media in the United States address the fact that this guy is an illegal alien. It's important, not just because of illegal immigration, but it means that gun control doesn't work, because illegal aliens are getting their hands on these guns, whether it's from a cartel along with some fentanyl, or whether it's because of some other reason. They're getting guns. They're not even supposed to be in our country. And now they're getting guns that they're not even supposed to have. And they're using them to kill other illegal aliens. I don't care who he killed. Quite honestly, I don't care that he killed an illegal alien family. I am upset that he killed a family. He killed an 8-year-old. That alone should be outrageous. Do you remember how they lost their minds and created red flag laws and created the New York SAFE Act and went ballistic because kids were killed in a high school? Remember the outrage of kids being attacked in Uvalde, and how that was absolutely mind-numbingly outrageous. And people were angry, as you should be, that these young children. And then we had Tennessee with the trans shooter. 3 9-year-olds died, and they killed the story because we can't talk about trans. Then in Florida, a 12-year-old kills a 16-year-old. We can't talk about the story because they're black. And now we've got an illegal alien killing an entire family, and we can't talk about the story because he's an illegal alien. Do you see how politics is hurting us? By hiding from the truth, from trying to hide the reality, we're only adding to the problem. By not saying that we need to control our southern border, because do you even want one more Oropeza? Do you want even one more guy like this? One more illegal alien who's either drunk on the roads or has an illegal firearm and decides that he can't sleep because a baby is crying, so his only answer is kill the family? Think about that. Do we even want one more of those? Isn't that reason enough to close the border? That even to save the life of one baby, to save the life of one 8-year-old, isn't it worth closing down the border because when it was children in Sandy Hook, they decided to take away the Second Amendment rights of millions of Americans. They decided to put out laws to punish people without even breaking the law with red flag laws in 19 states. You mean we're not going to do anything about the southern border? We're not going to do anything about illegal immigration? Even as an illegal alien kills children, a baby? The most defenseless individuals in the world. If the government, I understand, the government's not protecting adults overseas. Joe Biden isn't protecting American citizens, adults, moms and dads or kids in Sudan or in Afghanistan or in Ukraine. I get it, and that's overseas, and that's horrendous, and I'm upset about that. But this is on U.S. soil. And you mean to tell me, because it's a hot button political topic, immigration, because of the immigration button, we can't talk about this, that we can't say this is yet another reason to fix our southern border, to fix our immigration laws? Users Band says, is there a possibility, a connection between culture degenerating due to immigration? We have used rifle clubs in schools. There is definitely a difference in the way that people look at other people. I mean, if you're talking about, as an example, Darfur. And Darfur, which is in the Sudan, they went through 2.5 decades of a genocide. That people were being killed because of the religious differences, which is insulting, it's insane, and it's horrible. We see that in the Middle East, where people will be killed. They throw LGBTQAI plus off of rooftops in the name of Allah. So different cultures will allow different types of horrific events. Darfur was allowed to happen. The genocide in Darfur was allowed to happen for 2.5 decades. You know, throwing people that are LGBTQAI plus is essentially legal in most of the Middle East. There are many horrific cultures in the world, things that we here in the United States, most of the West, would never accept. So we do have to say that, is that part of it? Sure it is. But the bigger question is, it's illegal. This is a crime. This was stoppable. We could have prevented this. We just have to close the border. Restrict the border. Make it harder. Have bigger punishments. Kick them out sooner. Don't let this guy hang out in our country long enough that he can buy an illegal weapon and have a place right next to a family. We could have prevented this. And it's not because of gun laws, because they didn't work. And you can't tell me, well, we need an open border because there's no such thing as borders. Screw you. Yes, there are. Ask Canada. They got a border. They won't allow illegal aliens into. If illegal aliens come from America into Canada, they kick them back to the United States. Borders exist. Screw you. Go to Nancy Pelosi's house. She's got a wall. That's a border. It exists. Chuck Schumer has a wall. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Cori Bush, they have walls. Walls exist. Those are borders. Borders are real. So kiss my ass if you want to tell me that the borders don't exist. They do. Locally and nationally. And if we were protecting our borders, maybe, just maybe, this maniac in Texas, in Cleveland, Texas, would not have been here, would not have been able to get that illegal firearm, and would not have been able to kill a baby and an 8-year-old. Simply Les says, she had to step out and have dinner. I hope you had a good dinner. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you for being part of the conversation today. I love it when Canada, Les, I just love having you on with us. I enjoy it, and I look forward to seeing more of your channel. By the way, if you have not had opportunity, do check in with It's Simply a Les. She has a great channel. You can also check out Alternative. out of the UK. They have a great channel as well where I did a great interview with them talking about many things that are still relevant to this day. I'd say check that out as well. Dow says, where's the if it saves just one life crowd? Yeah, where are those people? Remember when they say, well, we have to get rid of gun control. We have to have gun control because it might save just one life. We have to we have to have social justice because it might protect one life. We have to have, everyone has to get the jab because it might save just one life. What about border control? Just one life. Where's that answer? They don't want to answer that. They don't want to deal with that. And the reality is they only want to do that when it's in their favor, when it's pushing their political agenda, when you are being suppressed, when your rights are being curtailed, and they get to live the life they want. When their feelings are happy, not you. Because it's not about substance. It's not about consistency. It's about a political agenda. It's about abuse. It is an abuse against you. I mean, that's the whole thing that we're seeing with Eric Adams right now. This is abusive. Eric Adams is perfectly happy to reject any kind of immigration ban. He's absolutely fine with leaving open borders, except when it's affecting him. It's like sending the illegal aliens when they went to Martha's Vineyard and they were instantly kicked out. You can't have illegal aliens in Martha's Vineyard. They got to go. They got them out within, 36 hours? They kicked them out as fast as they possibly could because illegal aliens, yeah, that's fine for New York. That's fine for the rest of the country, not where Obama has his home. You can't put them where Obama gets to vacation. No, he doesn't get to see a bunch of illegal aliens wandering through his streets. That's something for Texas and for Georgia, for Florida, for California, New York. They get to have people just randomly running around, not at Martha's Vineyard, because Obama has refined tastes. He doesn't want to share his beachfront property that is not endangered for some reason from global warming. His beachfront property can't have a bunch of illegal aliens laying on it. No, that's just not right. That's the hypocrisy here. Eric Adams wants to get rid of the illegal aliens, but he doesn't want to get rid of the thing that makes them illegal aliens, which is illegally crossing the border. He doesn't want to close the border. He doesn't want to restrict them. He just wants someone else to have the problem. He wants the problem to go somewhere else. He doesn't want to fix it. He just wants it to be someone else's problem. And that's the thing about progressive politics. As long as it's someone else's problem, they're perfectly fine. They don't care. It's only when it's their problem, then they care, then they have a problem. And that's pretty damn insulting. Les mentions that she's been on pause, so don't worry, folks. Check out some of her back catalog, see some of the things she's done in the past until she gets some of her newer stuff on, and keep an eye on it. She asked, I should react to Tom MacDonald's new song. I know who Tom MacDonald is, but I really haven't heard any of his music videos. But I'll check out Dirty Money. I'll check it out. I'm not sure if I'll do a reaction to it, but I'll watch it. Yeah, user has been banned mentions. Well, Obama's beachfront property in Martha's Vineyard, it's protected from green climate change. It's protected from climate change because of politics. The politics levitates his house above the increasing water line, so he doesn't have to worry. He'll always have beachfront property. It's stupid, the logic there. So it really drives me nuts, folks. No, and Les is mentioning Tom MacDonald, and I've actually never done a reaction to a music video. Well, no, that's not true. I have. But I haven't done one to Tom MacDonald. And I've only done like 3 or 4 in the last 17 years. So yeah, you know what? I may just do that. Sounds like a neat idea. Does everyone else agree with that? I'm happy to do a live stream of Tom McDonald doing his song. I may have to be careful though because of the what do you call that? Copyright. But other than that, I'll be happy to do it. But it really upsets me. Think about what we've talked about today. We've got, now I want to make sure people think about this carefully. So we have a Biden-Harris administration that is currently failing the people of the United States. We have thousands of people. In fact, what is it? According to the United Kingdom, they have 2,100 citizens that are being saved in the United Kingdom out of Sudan. We have, what is it? 2,400 Indians that are being saved from the Sudan. America has 300. We have 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan that have been abandoned for over 2 years. We have 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine that have been abandoned for more than a year. We have 15,700 Americans that have been abandoned in the Sudan. Joe Biden doesn't care. Joe Biden, at the same time that he doesn't care about the safety of Americans overseas, the same time that he is willing to allow American citizens to be endangered, to have their lives threatened, is the same guy who is now letting an illegal alien from Mexico to enter into the United States so that he can kill people in the United States. Joe Biden doesn't care about people dying. This is besides the 800 illegal aliens that died trying to cross the border in 2022. This is besides the 98 suspected terrorists that crossed into America and were caught in 2022. God knows how many people actually died. God knows how many terrorists actually got into the United States. We don't even know. And God knows how many criminals and gang members. What we do know is that people like Opreza got into America, got an illegal weapon, and killed a family. What we do know is that drug mules are bringing in fentanyl into the United States, and over 100,000 Americans died as a result of that. What we do know is that there are sex slaves. Literally, this is what human trafficking is. Those are sex slaves, whether they're child slaves or women, doesn't make a difference. Their slaves are being sold in America because of Mexico, because of the drug cartels there, because we have an open border. And Joe Biden doesn't care. Kamala Harris went to one meeting, since 2021, March of 2021 to today, 3 years, she has shown up once for a meeting about the southern border. Mayorkas, Secretary Mayorkas, lies to the American people on a regular and consistent basis, saying, you just don't understand. It's not as bad as you think. Things are doing great. You just don't understand. That is the thing that we hear from the Biden administration about everything. You just don't understand. The economy is doing great. You just don't understand. Overseas is stable. You just don't understand. Biden is respected. You just don't understand. The southern border isn't a crisis. Think about it. Since the day he's gotten in, energy. You just don't understand. We need to go to green energy. Well, we're energy dependent now, which caused inflation, which is costing people money. It's hurting Americans. Remember the child crisis, which is still ongoing at the southern border. Remember that we had, and I can show it to you. I have this image. I want to show this to you because I don't forget these things. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. This is from April of 2021. All right. This is a clip. This is from the 2021 crisis at the southern border. Do you see that? Do you see who's behind here? In 2021, this was the southern border in the United States, April 15th, 2021. And these are children who are wrapped in tinfoil, aluminum, and they have the pandemic, and this is at our southern border. This is a Biden official trying to tell Ted Cruz that he cannot show this image, that he cannot take a recording of these children that were swamping our southern border and still to this day in 2023 are swamping our border and overwhelming the system. And he said, you cannot take a picture of this, to a sitting senator. Remember this? Do you remember this image? Do you remember this? Do you see those kids? Do you see how those kids are stacked up? Because that's exactly how they are now. And that's the Biden official saying, you can't show this to Americans. You can't show this to the public. See, I didn't forget. I didn't forget that. Remember? That problem hasn't been fixed. Kamala Harris didn't deal with it. It only got worse. It is worse today than it was in 2021. And because it got worse, because the problem got bigger, there is a family that is dead. There is an 8-year-old that is dead. There is a baby that is dead. Because Joe Biden avoided the issue and let the problem get worse. But he should be but he wants to get reelected because he's a good guy, because he's not done. He wants to continue to transform America just like Obama did, that they want to change it, but they won't tell you what they're changing it into. But I can tell you what it involves. It involves an open border and more people like Opreza being at our southern border. It involves more Americans being abandoned overseas in every single country, just left for dead. It involves the United States being less important and becoming more of a third world nation as inflation skyrockets, the recession continues until 2025 and well beyond, as we go bankrupt and we lose all the power and wealth and status of this nation, and you lose your rights. That's what the transformation is involving. I can't tell you what the end goal is. It could be turning into China, just like Trudeau wants to do. It could be becoming a socialist nation like North Korea or Venezuela, and we know how well those countries are doing. But I can tell you, whatever that end goal that Obama promised the transformation into, that a Biden is now actively trying to make happen, it ain't good. Because if it was good, they'd just tell you. They wouldn't lie. They would just tell you what it is. Let me get back to some of the comments. Let's see here. Tom McDonald, Jan mentions, Tom McDonald tells it like it is. King Orion, hello. Orion. Hello, King Orion. Sorry if I missed you there. This is all done by design by wealthy elites. It does seem to be that is the case. Or at least they have a good hand in that. User has been banned, mentions that Biden and the DEA don't care about fentanyl. It's coming here from Mexico, and they get it from China, and no one's questioning it. No one's stopping it. Dow says India is very upset with the debacle in Afghanistan. Many nationals from India. Oh, I know. And India, as much as the Biden administration just left 5,000 Americans there, India got, I know, I covered this. There was something like 7,000 Indian nationals in Afghanistan. They got them home. They were running their cargo planes all day, basically the equivalents of C-130s. The government was flying them in and out. Just as soon as one would take off, another one would land, picking up more Indian nationals so they could fly them out. They were non-stop getting people out. That's what they're doing in the Sudan, non-stop. They have flights that are going, and just like in the article I showed you, an article that you can't see in America, you have to go overseas and look at the overseas news to find it, that they're flying planes in as planes are flying out, just loading up their people and taking them out, hundreds at a time, which is why they have thousands that they have been able to bring home, and Joe Biden could get 300 people. That's it. With all of the power of the United States, with all of our military, with all of our power, all of our excess, he could only get 300 people out. That's it. Think about it. India is not the United States. They don't have the resources of the United States. They don't have the military of the United States. They don't have the manpower and equipment of the United States. And they're getting the job done. The United Kingdom is getting the job done. Joe Biden can get 300 people out in 3 days. In 3 days. Other nations are getting 700% more of their people home in 3 days than the United States. And the best thing that Joe Biden can say is, but we had a drone watching them. I could care less. This is why they don't want to tell you the story. They don't want you to think about it. And Joe Biden is so distracted by trying to get 300 Americans out, leaving 15,700 behind, and that they're trying to ignore the 15,007. Let's go round it up, 16,000. He's ignoring the other 16,000 Americans that he abandoned from day one, that they ignored from day one. They're so busy trying to get that message right so that Joe Biden looks like a good guy and a hero that they're not paying attention to the southern border where a family just died. And I guarantee you Kamala Harris is not going to go to the southern border. She's not going to go to Cleveland, Texas. She's not going to go there and say, hey, we have to do something. I need to do my job. Kamala Harris is not going to say, I need to do my job about the southern border and stop this. She won't say that, but she will go over to Tennessee to try and make damn sure that Democrats remain in elected office. Not to see the victims of the Tennessee trans shooter, not to go and see the victims of Kentucky, not to go and see the victims in Alabama or in Florida. No, she doesn't care about any of them. She doesn't care about actual gun control. She doesn't care about the victims. What she's more concerned about is making sure that Democrats stay in elected office. And that's why she won't go to the southern border, because she only went there because Trump went there. She won't go there now. She won't go and actually do her job. She won't even admit that she failed in her job. I'm very upset about that. User has been banned, says, yes, Dow, mentioning to Dow, yeah, Biden has been doing a great job of destroying our relationships around the world. Jan mentions that Democrats are more worried about other countries' borders and citizens, and they don't care about our own. Yeah, that's very true. And by the way, over 100 countries in the world have borders. Mexico has a border. They have fences. Over 100 countries, when I say, it's not that over 100 countries have borders. Over 100 countries in the world right this second have borders with walls. That includes Poland. That includes Mexico. Yes, Mexico has a border with a wall. Yes, they do. And so this is real, but in the United States, they're like, you can't do that. The rest of the world is doing it. There's only about 132 countries in the world. 100, I believe it's 112 nations in the world have borders with walls. That only leaves like 15 countries that don't, and one of them is the United States. That's kind of stupid. Let me see here. I'm catching up with the comments. China Dow mentions China just concluded the construction of a high-speed freight train rail from the Arabian trade ports to Chinese heartland and have trade agreements. Well, China has been busy in Africa, in the Middle East, in making the deals that the United States isn't. They're making deals with Iran right now about oil. They've been making deals with Russia about oil and goods like uranium and wheat and fertilizer. They've been making those deals. They've made the deals in Africa for all the green energy, the lithium, and all the heavy metals. They've been making those deals. The United States, Obama just failed. He just forgot about all that. He was too busy trying to transform. See, they can't pay attention to this because they're busy transforming things rather than actually trying to deal with the consequences of what they're trying to transform. They're so busy kind of constantly transform and change everything and take away your rights and your freedoms. They're so busy with that and staying elected in power to get that done. They don't realize everything they're doing is failing. It's making life worse. Their promises are empty and hollow and failed. Again, I will say, as I have said many times on this channel, if there is a politician, if there is a human being that is a progressive, a Democrat, that disagrees with the things that I am saying, the conclusions that I am coming to, based on the evidence I am showing you from around the United States, from around the world, almost entirely from left-leaning sources, almost none of the sources I use are right-leaning. This is almost entirely, it's like 90%. Everything I get my news sources from are from the left. This isn't right-wing conspiracy. This is coming from places like CBS, NBC, ABC. This is coming from the BBC, The Guardian, The Independent. This is coming from the left. And if you think my sources are incorrect, you think the conclusions I'm making are incorrect, then call in 607-242-9247. If you are a politician and you think I am wrong, I will give you as long as you need to show me the evidence and to explain to me why I am wrong in the conclusions that I am making. You will not get that offer from any other news media outlet anywhere in America. I will give you as long as you need. And I offer this every week. And I know many of these politicians in many states at the local, state, and federal level. And they never want to take it up. I wonder why. Dow says it's like it's becoming a feudalism with China style population controls with American characteristics. It's kind of scary, but that is true. User has been banned says Biden's house shouldn't have walls. Nancy Pelosi's house shouldn't have walls, but they do. Yeah, and I almost, you know what, user has been banned reminds me that, we've all completely forgotten about the fact that Joe Biden had top secret documents since the 1970s in his garage, which is a violation of law. That is a crime. Throw everything else out. Even if I don't care how deep of a Biden fanatic, how diehard Democrat you can be, you cannot avoid the fact that Joe Biden had top secret documents in a garage next to his car that anyone could get access to since the 1970s. He's got 40 years of crime. That is a fact. It is irrefutable. We know it is a crime. It is a crime by definition, and there is no out. He had them in the garage. We have news cameras that can show us the pictures of the stacks of boxes of secret documents sitting in a garage next to a car for 40 years. Why? And you know what? You're supposed to forget that. I bet most people watching this have forgotten about that. No matter how you want to look at the Biden-Harris administration, it is a mess. It is a failure at every single level. There is no saving grace. There is no positive. If you think there is, I would be happy to hear what it is. I would be happy to hear what you have to say about that. But I honestly, and I'm not trying to just, railroad this guy. I can tell you that there were some ideas that Obama had that weren't absolutely miserable, that they weren't instantly terrible for the nation. I can give him credit for doing things that are somewhat, that he did some things right. He didn't screw up everything. He screwed up the big things, but he got some things right. I can't point to anything with the Biden-Harris administration. I can't point to anywhere that Kamala has done anything right. I can tell you that every time we have let Kamala Harris open up her mouth, she has made the situation worse, whether it's domestically in the United States or overseas. Every time that we see an article that says Kamala Harris just spoke, something went worse. There's always worse wherever she goes because she doesn't know what she's doing. There's a reason why only 5% of Democrats in 2019 actually supported her. And if it weren't for the fact that she's a woman, presumably, and a woman of color, presumably, that she actually even got onto the ticket because she was there to deflect. It was for diversity and the race card. He was there to just deflect any challenges because you can't attack her because she's presumably a woman of color. That's it. But that being said, looking at Joe Biden, there's nothing. It's nothing. I cannot point to anything from the economy to interpersonal relations. He's demonized people. Remember, he was supposed to be a uniter. If he's such a great guy, if he's so well beloved, why isn't he running his campaign on, look at how he united America. Look at how he brought people together. Why isn't he, that was his big claim to fame in 2019, 2020. Why isn't he running on that saying, here's the proof. I've been here for 3-4 years. Look at how I have brought America together. Why isn't he doing that? Saying, this is what I promised and this is what I did. Because he failed. Because he divided America. He said, if you don't obey, you're the bad guy. Whether it's because of the jab or whether it's because of MAGA, of wanting to make your country great. I can't point to anything that he's done well in. And he's making it worse as we go day by day. Dow mentions, that has always bothered me, that the left is unwilling to debate or acknowledge information on any level from right-leaning sources because only their sources are credible. So to accommodate them, to get them to discuss anything, we have to overcome the initial objection of sources. They can swing around anonymous sources all day long and insist that they are credible. Yeah, it's really amazing. But yeah, that's why, remember when we had Progressive Mike, the troll who was making comments before? And he tried to say, oh, but you're just spouting everything from Fox News. I'm like, show me one article that I cover that came from Fox News or had as a source Fox News. Almost all my sources. And that's why. See, they want to say, well, it can't be true. It has to be partisan because it's coming from, all your sources are coming from the right. Well, guess what? Their sources are all coming from the left. So if we're going by that argument, if that's their logic, that, oh, well, your sources are all biased, then why is the left always using only left-leaning sources? They should be using right-leaning sources. They should do the same thing that I'm doing. Go to nothing but right-leaning sources. There are less of them, but they exist. And say, okay, and here's how they can prove their argument. They can't. All they can do is point to the echo chamber and say, see, they agree with us. Well, when we look at this, when we analyze it, when we actually think about it, the answer is you failed. Every single time. In every aspect. And that's why we always ask. And every show, if this is new to you folks, if you've never seen the channel before, I literally do spend 3-4 times. Oh, here we go. Hello, and thank you for calling No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. And may I ask,
Mr. Mike, how's it going?
All right, and this is John Cordisco, it sounds like.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey,
I can hear you a little better than last time.
that's all right. Everyone else can hear me. Go ahead.
Well, I've just been listening on and off.
Mm-hmm.
Look at some videos. I'm a chess player, so they just finished the world championship today. So,
Cool.
and the guy from China is a new world champion.
Really? How good a player
Yeah,
is he?
he beat the Russian Neponyachi.
So he's pretty good.
Magnus Carlsen, the current world champion, decided not to defend his title, so they got the top two in the candidates tournament, and they played for the last 2 weeks in one of the stands out there. I forgot which one, and it was pretty good.
Cool.
You know, it bugged me at first that the Chinese guy won, but to tell you the truth, I've seen a lot of interviews. He's a really good guy, and he's a great player, so politics really had nothing to do with it.
Well, I don't think. How do you interject politics into, especially chess or individual sports? You really can't. It's an individual's.
No, what I mean is he doesn't run his mouth about politics. He's just a regular good guy.
No, okay. Well, that's even better. I'm happier about that.
Yeah, he's real shy, and he's a great player, of course. He's number three in the world.
Okay. So,
Anyway, so I've been watching that and listening a little bit to you. I'm only half out of the doghouse with this website. I won't say the name because it'll trigger the algorithm. I had 2 strikes hanging over my head, which means deletion of channel, and now I only have 1.
yeah.
So I've got to last 2 more months,
Yep.
and then I get parole. I go before the parole board.
That's if they don't find anything else wrong between now and then. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I'm getting what do they call that when you have people that are constantly turning in your channel for stuff, and they're looking over close. I forget what they call that. I think I got a couple of those guys.
It's one of the attacks. Yeah. Yeah. It's just,
But
they're
I'm getting
spamming
there,
you.
it's see, people that don't do a YouTube channel like you and I, they don't see the fact that we censor a lot of the stuff ourselves, and
Kind of. Yeah.
it makes me crazy.
Well, we can't have an honest conversation because you're constantly trying to say, well, the pandemic, or you're saying the pandemic medication, rather than actually saying real words.
The list is getting longer. It's the pandemic. It's the 2020 election. It's trans issues.
Yeah,
Those are the 3 bugaboos apparently.
among others lately. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
those seem to be on their hit list.
Yeah, and they definitely want us to be punished.
Well, I just to answer one of your questions. Somebody asked if I began moving to Rumble. I started a Rumble channel a while ago and downloaded all the videos to it. I just can't get any traction.
Well, here's the thing I notice is that I'm on Rumble. Like I'm on Rumble right now. And based on
Live streaming, yeah. Okay. Live
uh,
stream, yeah.
yeah, and I can tell you that in general, every time I live stream or any video that I put on, I have 1/10 the subscribed audience on Rumble, and I have roughly on any given average 250% more viewers, or on a live stream 500 to 700% more,
It's
and
the
that's with a
polar
small
opposite.
audience.
Yeah,
And
see, it's the polar opposite for me.
okay,
Like I said, I was creeping up. I've got almost 6,300 subs now, so it's creeping up still, even with my
and I have 1,070.
yeah, you're creeping up.
No,
But
I'm not. No, I'm not.
well, you gained a little bit the last month.
3.
Hey, trickle, trickle, one drop at a time. But
No, they've been suppressing the channel.
you fill up a swimming pool one gallon at a time.
No, I've been doing it 17 years. They're suppressing the channel. They're suppressing the
Oh yeah,
channel.
well they suppress a lot of channels, yeah.
Well, mine in particular. I've been doing it. All of the factors that should increase the channel, we should have an audience like 10,000, 10,000. I'm not saying we're going to be, Steven Crowder, 10,000 people. That sounds realistic, and they won't let us get there because we ask questions, and they don't
Well,
want
I
people to
do.
ask questions.
I will have to say though, you come up on my subscription feed when he went live, and when I just went to look, you weren't in there anymore. But you're on the suggested video. But you're on the suggested videos live. So
Yeah, but that again, that's a magnitude less attention. They're suppressing. It's not. It's not. They're not eliminating us. They haven't blocked us completely. They just made it hard.
I had an interesting idea. It was funny. I watched the interview with Bill Maher and Elon Musk.
Hmm.
And it was a really good interview, even though Bill Maher, I'm back and forth on him. But anyway,
He's an evil bastard.
oh yeah, and then well, they were kidding around because um, Tucker interviewed Elon Musk just before he was crap canned, and Bill Maher was joking around. He says, "I hope you're not the kiss of death." Every time somebody interviews you, they get fired. But
No.
it made me think for a minute when he was talking about Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And how he paid basically double what it's really worth and blah, 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 and how he got rid of 80% of the people. And it's just breaking even now. And I thought to myself, you know what the hell of an idea? Fox News is their advertising dollars are going to be cut in half because they can't ask the dollars they were getting before because the numbers are so far down.
Well, because they got rid of Tucker.
And that was part of the supposedly rumor while they got rid of him because Fox News is going to be put up for sale. And I thought to myself, you know what? This would be perfect for Elon Musk.
I
Because
don't think he wants to
Fox has always made money. Always.
Yeah, but it's a headache. It's a constant attack. It's a constant headache. I don't know that
Well,
he wanted.
he gets hit from everywhere. This guy seems to be bulletproof in a lot of ways, and I mean it from. He gets so much abuse, and he has just exact temperament. Like he just blows it off. Nothing seems to bother this guy. And that's really impressive.
No, there's nothing like attacking the prized possession of the media because this is their tool of influence.
Twitter was the prized possession too.
No,
the
not
social
really.
Media.
No, that's the echo chamber. He invaded their echo chamber, and so they were pissed off because he's in their private conversation.
Social media, that was the platform.
Yeah, but news. Look at the money that the news, any news channel, ABC, MSNBC, the Times, Huffington Post, they make stupid amounts of money. They have stupid amounts of influence, especially every election year. They get stupid amounts of donations being thrown at them, and they get to cover everything.
I don't think.
They're shooting messages.
A lot of these left places aren't making the money you think they are.
They're making billions. They may have made tens of billions before. They're making billions. And they are influencing still 30-40% of the population. And politicians run to them.
Well, these had two or three. I forget the names off the top of my head that are basically gone crap can, but they're starting to cave a little bit. Everybody's advertising dollars are shrinking. Everybody's across the board, no matter what side of the political aisle.
Yeah, but that's because we're in a recession. And that happens
So
because
what I mean
people
is
don't pay for intellectual property in a
it's
recession.
like anything else. It's anything else. The strong companies, in this case media, the strong companies, the companies that are in better positions are the ones that will be able to survive it. And the weak ones will just drop off.
Yeah,
they
but
only can hold these people up for so long before it caves in.
I understand that, but I think the bigger thing is, and partially Fox may be selling because we are in a recession. And in a recession, all intellectual property is worth less and less and less because it's people want information, but they want it. They always think that it's free. They think it's easy. It's like when you see this podcast, most people don't realize that for YouTube creators, especially in the politics field, I spend 60 to 80 hours a week prepping just for the Sunday live stream, not including any other videos that I do during the week, which can be an additional 4 to 6, sometimes 8 hours of research and work to put it together just so that people can see 30 minutes. And then there's this show, which goes hours. And literally, I put in an entire work week to do this, and I
Yeah.
make zero. I make almost
Yeah, but
nothing.
as far as money goes, you and I both know, of course, we're old enough to remember the pre-internet days. Most news agencies, this case before Fox News was with Fox, they were together before they were split up and sold. Most news agencies historically and all the networks lose money. They've always lost money because it's so expensive to produce and for the revenue that it brings in. But when the internet came in, the rules changed a little bit where they could bring in a lot more revenue without doing much more work.
True.
And so that held them up for a while. In fact, CNN was going to collapse. The thing that saved them was Donald Trump. In 2015 and 16, CNN was on the edge of the cliff.
That's true. That's
So I
outrageous.
think they're back where they were. I mean, Donald Trump in a lot of ways and what's going on has propped up their revenue source for, we'll say, cable news networks. And I think they're right back at that cycle again they were in 2015 and 16.
They've
And
always
Donald Trump will prop them up again next year. And he's not doing it on purpose, but that's just the way it works out. And they'll eventually die out. They'll eventually die a slow, painful death.
well, yeah, but I think that we are seeing a transition to new ways to get media,
Yep,
and
that's the thing. Yep.
but that's the battleground right now. There are many credible people who've been doing this for a long time. You've been doing it a long time. You've been in politics, and now you have a channel, and you've been doing it for a couple of years. I've been doing this for 17 years. We have people like Steven Crowder who's been around for 15 years. Forget whatever you think of him personally or in his personal life. He's been doing his show and doing it credibly for 15 years. We have
Yeah. So is Ben
Shapiro
Shapiro. There's a bunch of them. Yeah.
and Dave
Tim
Rubin.
Pool. Tim
Tim
Pool's a good example.
Tim Pool, Dave Rubin. These are credible individuals. The media is changing there, but the problem is the control that the left has isn't going with this change. They wanted Twitter to be,
Oh, they can't stop it. It's like the asteroid and the dinosaurs. They can scream and holler and they can do all the things they're doing now, but the inevitable is the inevitable.
no, the inevitable is that it changes. The problem is it's what's going to be heard. We are going to a social media outlet and more regional news because the newspapers are dying. But what you're going to see, I think, is that they're able to manipulate with the algorithms. They're going to
Oh no, I
suppress the
understand what you're
voices.
saying. I get all that, but
That's how the left is
they're
going to get the control again.
yeah, but they're slashing at the air. They don't know what to do. They're panicking. They see the smart ones, and there's a lot of smart ones. Just because you're a progressive Democrat doesn't mean you're stupid. There's
No,
a lot
no,
of smart ones out there.
smart. Yeah,
And the fact of the matter is, they see it too, and I don't think they know what to do. So they'll continue to do what they're doing, Facebook and this website and a bunch of others, and Huffington Post will do what they do and all that. But eventually, they see the end is coming.
yeah,
Now they won't change,
yeah.
and it's like an evolutionary cycle. If you don't change and adapt to the new climate and circumstances, you will die.
They will
And
figure it out faster than the Republicans will because the Republicans are stupid. When it comes to stuff like this, Republicans are stupid. They do not
well, no, I
understand how
don't
to
think
get their
no,
message
I
out.
don't think I don't think Republicans are stupid in that sense, and I'll tell you what I mean. It's the mindset of aggressive, a liberal, a Democrat, whatever the hell word you want to use. They have more groupthink as a rule. That mindset of people always has groupthink.
Yeah.
Conservative people, libertarians, Republicans, and a lot of the vast majority of them don't do the group think, they do individual think. And that's why it's harder for them to group together and fight back on media and in person. It's just a different mindset. It's just a different way of looking at things. It doesn't make them stupid. It's just they don't see the group think. They just, to them, it's just something that's so odd and so ridiculous that they don't even consider it. So they're playing by two different set of rules. That's always been that way.
Yeah.
I mean, I ran in local elections here. I mean, I even had, I can tell you how bad it is. I remember last time I ran for city council as a Republican, I had a good friend of mine. He used to come in my store all the time, nice guy. And his wife came in one night, who I'm good friends with. And she says, "Boy, I'm really tired. I've been making phone calls for Democratic candidates all day down in the Citizen Action office." I go, "For who?" And she named my opponent. I go, "Don't you realize that's the person that's running against me?" She stood there with her mouth open, had no idea, because it's the group think. We all have to group together and do what they tell us to do and call who they tell us to call. And conservative people don't think like that. It's a whole different set of rules.
True.
Who's that?
Mike Bloomberg. Mike
Oh,
Bloomberg,
I see. Okay, yeah.
and he's going to run again in 2024. I was just throwing that in. I didn't have a way to segue to it. But Mike,
Now, I'll tell you, if you're a collector of political memorabilia, having a Bloomberg lawn sign or Swallow lawn sign is probably worth some money now. Didn't our senator run for president for 15 minutes?
that was Bloomberg. That was
No,
Bloomberg.
what's her name? Gillibrand.
Yeah, she ran for, well, she got busted. She
Oh
promised,
yeah, but having her lawn sign, that probably worth some money to some collectors, I'll bet.
I guess. But I think Bloomberg's going to do the same thing he did last time, is waste his money. No one wants him as president. But his latest announcement as of April 24th was a setup. He did it before Biden came out with his announcement, trying to test the waters to sell people, hey, I'm good with public schools and I'm good with public parks. I'm such a good, practical, progressive. And
Yeah.
don't you want me involved in politics? And the answer is no, because no one reacted, very few people relatively reacted to his latest announcement. But I'm predicting on the channel right now that you're going to see Mayor Bloomberg, former Mayor Mike Bloomberg, is going to run in 2024 against Biden. And this time, he will do better because Biden's out of his mind and he's failed. And they're looking for more progressive.
You're saying that Bloomberg's going to run for president this cycle.
Yep, 2024. Yes, he is.
What would be his point?
Because he's more
What is he
progressive.
trying to prove? Because he can't go against a sitting president. I mean,
Sure can.
Well, not with any decent result.
Biden's out of his mind, and what is it? 60% of Democrats don't want Biden to run again. Yes,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is the
I've
environment.
seen polls up to 75, but here's the problem.
Yeah.
The next question you ask them is, would you vote for Biden again if he ran? And they say yes.
Yes, because there's no one else out there. It's because no one else is out there. Put out some people who they've heard of before, and you'll see those numbers change. And we're going to see that coming. That's why Mike Bloomberg is starting now. He's putting out, this is his media blitz.
They tried that against Jimmy Carter, and even Ted Kennedy couldn't do it.
Jimmy
It's
Carter
almost
wasn't.
impossible.
Jimmy Carter isn't as senile. He never was. Now, Jimmy
No,
Carter.
what I'm trying to
and
make the point is being a president that's in office, an incumbent president. I don't recall ever. I think maybe once or twice, 150 years ago, that the incumbent president, the party that he belonged to, did not go along with him for president. It doesn't happen, no matter how bad you are.
I understand that, but I think that Biden is a groundbreaker in the sense that he is so incompetent. He has had so many failures. He is so disconnected from the public. And his policies are so obviously failing at every level that it's going to be, you're going to see people coming up. Michelle Obama is another one that constantly gets mentioned. I don't think that's a real one.
If the 2 or 3 or 4, whatever ends up being in the Democratic side, gets 25% between all of them, I'll be surprised.
I don't know. I
think
can't say that they're
Kennedy
going to win.
Kennedy had 19 last week.
Well, again, I can't say they're going to win. I'm only predicting that he's going to run.
So then the point is, I mean, why would you, when you go to play in a sport or you go to enter, you always play to win. So they know they're not going to win. So then you have to ask yourself, why are they doing it?
I don't know that they think that they won't win. I think that they think that.
Oh, they're smart people. Come on.
They're
I mean,
not.
their egos, their business acumen, his business acumen overruns his ego.
Biden is
He
weak.
knows he's not going to win.
No, he doesn't, because Biden is weak. Biden is that kind of weak. Internationally and nationally, he's weak. They
Yeah,
think they
so
can
was
win.
Carter. And Ted Kennedy couldn't put him out.
Carter wasn't that, is nowhere. He's a failure. He's one of the greatest failures of American presidents, at
Yeah.
least in the modern centuries. But Biden is worse.
Oh yeah, he's worse. But I'm trying to say the incumbency is pretty much bulletproof as far as primaries go. Not general elections, maybe, but primaries.
No, I don't think so. But we will see. But that's why I wanted to bring it up, because no one's talking about it yet. But I think that he is positioning himself. I know Hal
So
says he doesn't.
What is Bloomberg's position now? He's putting together an exploratory committee, or what's he saying?
Nothing. He's just putting out his recent successes in New York City. How he's doing great with climate change and how he's been great with education. When you start talking education and climate change in April of a year ahead of the election, just before Biden comes out and says, I'm running for re-election, that politically is a signal that you're looking to test the waters.
It's my understanding too that, like with a lot of incumbent presidents, that party will negate a good third, if not 40%, of the primaries and just name the incumbent president as the winner of the primary for that state. So there's not going to be as much competition as you think, as a lot of these states aren't going to have a primary. And they can do that legally. They do it all the time.
Yeah, well, we could see. I mean, again, this is just a prediction on this channel. The funny thing is, most of the time, the predictions on this channel tend to be right. We tend to nail it, but we could be wrong. We could be wrong. Let me ask you.
I always got to ask myself why people do things, not what. And I just don't see the motivation. Now, Kennedy, I see the motivation.
I see the motivation. Mike Bloomberg has a huge ego. He wanted to win in 2020, and his opportunity is now. He thinks he's got a better shot at it than last time, and it only cost him $500 million last time. So why not do it again? It'll cost him less.
So he gets 2.5% instead of 1.5%.
Because his ego says he can win. His ego said he could win last time, and he spent $500 million to try and prove it, and he failed. He doesn't want to live on that failure.
I noticed lately, speaking of incumbents, I noticed lately that the media, which is the White House, same thing, starting to prop up and starting to try to make look good Kamala Harris. Looks like they're stuck with her.
Oh God, she's just the worst. But she brings in a bulletproof. She knocks out a lot of arguments because woman and woman of color. That's why she's there. That's her only reason to get female votes, to bring in black votes, and to protect them from attacks by saying, oh, well, you're just a racist. You're just a sexist. That's it. That's all she's there for. And
oh no, I understand that part because she ripped him a new one on the debate stage about busing.
And she was right. And she was right about that. And then she turned around and sold out because they said, well, you be VP. And there you go. So,
well, in all fairness, if you were her and you have a guy that's on the edge of mortality, I take that deal.
I'm sure she was counting like I was at the time that he would never make it this long and that she'd have already got the job de facto.
I think statistically, since the beginning of the country, vice presidents, whether by resignation, running for office and winning, or death of a president, have a 50-50 chance of being president.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I think that's the number I recall reading once.
Yeah, and given everything about Biden's health and his actions, the odds are a lot better than 50-50.
Oh, yeah. So if it's 50-50 in the normal circumstances, she's looking at it and saying, hey, I'll take that spot. So she didn't really want to, I'm not a big fan of hers. I think she sucks. She's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a smart move on her part.
No, I'm not saying politically. I understand why she did it. I understand politically why the Democrats did it. I understand what her political purpose is. But I think she's just miserable. And she's a worse failure than Biden is. If we look at it objectively, if we look at what she's done, but she
You know,
serves a purpose.
I want to run something by you, and then I'll hang up.
Sure.
Myself, you included, and a lot of conservative people, Republicans. I got to be careful how I word this because it's about election stuff.
Oh yeah, that'll get
About
us.
the law, about laws being changed, and a lot of things were changed to the Democrats' advantage legally.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
There are some
and
challenges, but
everybody
yes,
screamed and hollered in Pennsylvania and in some of the key states. They changed the laws legally. It might not have been moral, but it was legal. Okay.
mostly, mostly.
Ron DeSantis in Florida,
Hmm.
as we speak, the Florida legislature is overturning the law that a governor that's currently in the governor's office cannot run for president without resigning. Now they're changing the law.
Hmm.
I don't see how that's different than what we're screaming at the Democrats about.
It isn't different.
Pardon me?
It isn't different.
Yeah, I know it isn't.
It's the same dirty politics.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
because if that law was, we'll say it was passed by a previous administration and a Democratic run, I'll call it Assembly and Senate in Florida. Well, they should have changed that law the first year he was governor,
Hmm.
and they didn't. And this thing really, really stinks. Really, hypocrisy to me is like almost the mortal sin. And I'm just wondering how they're getting away with it. Where's all the criticism?
Well, I think it's wrong because to me it shows a lack of confidence and conviction. If you want to run for president, if you think you're capable and good enough to do it, then you take the risk. That means you give up what you have and you go for it. If you're not that confident and you need a backup plan, you need a fallback position, which is to keep the position you already have, then you don't believe you're serious and you don't deserve to win. I'd say the same thing to Kirsten Gillibrand that I would say to Ron DeSantis. If you're going to go for it, then don't run for something else. That's the big thing. I made a big thing about this when Kirsten Gillibrand, and people can go back and see the videos, live streams, and individual videos I did on it, and I lambasted Kirsten Gillibrand, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, because she made a promise on national TV to the people of New York that she was going to go 4 years, fill out her time as senator, and not run for president. And then she lied, and she actually did run.
That's different saying you're not going to do it and then you do it.
No.
I
Here's the thing.
I used to be a city councilman,
Well, wait a minute.
and people that were in city council ran for mayor while they were city council members. You shouldn't have to give up your position because you're running for mayor when you're a city councilman. You shouldn't have to give up your governorship if you're running for president.
No, I think the opposite. Now, I understand you may disagree, but I think that it's a lack of conviction, especially because it's the highest seat in the land. It takes too much time and it's too much of a distraction, whether you're a senator or a governor or anything else, to run for president and to do your other job. I would say that about Clinton, Clinton did give up being senator to run for president. Okay. I think you give it up because if you're really committed, because otherwise you're doing a half-assed job. You're either doing a half-assed job running for president or a half-assed job at everything else.
But rules should apply universally. If you think that's true, then a city councilman can't run for mayor while they're councilman.
I would say that too.
Just because the level.
I agree with you, and I'm consistent. I don't care about the level of office. I think anyone, if you are elected and you're trying to get a different election, give up the seat that you have to take on the new one. Otherwise, you don't have confidence.
I think you can run for mayor and be a city councilman both and do the job of a councilman while you're running for mayor. I've seen it a million times.
Maybe, I'm sure there are examples where it can. And I respect that you disagree with me on this. But can you understand the principle that I'm standing on?
No, I don't understand that principle at all.
Okay, well,
that's like saying I work for IBM.
Yeah.
And the job I have, I think I should make more money. I'm a little more qualified. I'm a little smarter than the rest. So I'm going to start putting applications around other companies and look for a different job.
Uh-huh.
But I have to quit IBM before I can do that. Well, that makes no sense.
Well, I'll tell you that in doing that, you're going to do less of a job. You're going to be less effective at the job you have because your attention is divided.
No, you're still putting in applications around on your own time. You're still doing the job that IBM hired you for, and you can look for a job somewhere else.
Yeah, but running for
It's really
IBM,
it's really the same theory.
no, because IBM doesn't looking for another job doesn't require you traveling across the country, talking to
That's
thousands
logistics.
of people and
We're talking about
spending.
principle, not logistics. We're talking about principle
In
here.
terms of the principle, I would say
If I'm
you're
if
doing to
I'm
do less.
still if I'm still doing the job that IBM hired me for, I have every right to go everywhere else to look for another job while I'm at IBM.
You have the right. I'm not saying they don't have the right. I just don't think it's. I think it's a.
Well, I'm doing the job that IBM hired me for. What more can you ask for?
Well, because I think you're doing it less efficiently. I think it's a lack of conviction. Whether it's especially in politics, which is a very unique field, and it requires
No,
a
not
very
really.
unique.
It's the same. A
No,
position's
no,
a position.
no, because you don't have to look for a new job. You don't have to show up on
In other words,
dozens of national events,
IBM hired me. Their HR department and whoever management
and you're not.
okayed my hiring, just like voters hired me to an elected position. I see this the same. I was hired by the voters, and I was twice. So if I decided to run for mayor, which I didn't, I'm not doing anything neglecting the people that hired me. I'm still doing the job that they hired me for,
I understand, and again,
especially with today's communications. It isn't like the old days.
well, it is and it isn't. But again, it's okay. We can have a difference of opinion on it.
Now,
I'm,
if you
I'm
make a
perfectly fine.
pledge, if you make a pledge that if you run for a higher office, you'll give up the seat you have, that's a whole different deal because you gave your word.
It's it. Hal is mentioning it, and as I said, I'm okay with disagreeing with you on this. Not everyone's going to agree with me on it, but that's my stand. That's where I stand on it. Is that I
So
think
you would go far as said I would never vote for anybody that's in public office that's running for a higher one.
no, I didn't say that, but it
Well, then
is.
your principles
But it is a
don't count
negative,
always.
huh?
Then your principle doesn't count when you don't want it to.
It does. It's one of the factors that goes into my vote. It's not the. It isn't the final thing, but it is a major factor, and it does have an impact. Does that hurt my decision on whether I would support DeSantis or not? Yes. Does that mean
How
it's
many
absolute? No.
how many people locally, statewide, and federal wide run for public office that are already in an office?
A lot of
That
people.
means you wouldn't vote for 99% of the people that are running.
A lot of them I haven't.
You don't vote for anybody?
I didn't say I didn't vote for anybody.
Well,
I
there's
said,
nobody left.
no, there's a lot of people who are left, and I always have the right to write in
Oh, I
a
wouldn't
different
say a
name.
lot. I can go. I'll make up a list here.
And it
There's-
does. No, no, you're missing my point. I can always write in another name. I don't have to vote for just the two candidates. I can vote for someone else. I can vote and choose to have anyone else
Yeah, you
as
have a
my
right to
candidate.
write in a name, knowing that person will never win.
Doesn't matter. That's not the point.
Sure, it does,
No, no, that's not the point.
because that's just cutting your nose off to spite your face. It's like the
No, that's
libertarians. Like the
no,
libertarians will say, if the
no,
thing of it is, we're in whether we like it or not.
no. It's saying that I disagree. I don't have
you-
to choose. I don't have to choose the giving candidates. No one
I didn't
does.
say you had to.
Right?
What I'm saying is, it's pointless not to.
Maybe.
You're throwing away your vote. You're
Okay.
throwing away your franchise.
And the way I vote is the way I vote, and no
You're
one can
throwing away
disagree.
your franchise.
It doesn't matter what I'm doing. It's my principles on why I vote for someone, and it is a combination of things. It doesn't matter if it changes the election or not. I stand by what I believe. And if it works or if it doesn't work, I still stand by what I believe. I'm committed to that. It is one factor in a group of factors, and whether or not anyone else agrees, that's where I stand. And I'm not telling anyone else to do what I do. I think it would be interesting if we
Jeez, Mike, you
did.
sound like a progressive.
No, I don't.
I don't care if it makes any sense. That's just the way I feel about it, and that's the way it is.
No, because I do care if it makes sense. If it makes sense to me, there is a criteria.
So
a
it makes sense
priority.
to you is the same. That makes sense to you is the same thing as saying my truth.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, that's absolutely not the same thing. It's saying that I don't think those are
Sorry,
the best
dude, but it
candidates.
is.
No, it isn't.
Well, whether you keep saying it's not doesn't make it not.
No. Just because you're saying it is doesn't make it is. I have a principle. I have a category, criteria that I vote on, like
And
many people
I
do.
will go through all my principles and I'll go through all the facts that I have and all the information I've been giving and make a selection and I'll pick a person that will never ever win.
That's your right. And I
Yeah,
will never stop
there's a
anyone
lot.
from doing that. That's your
Oh, I
right.
didn't say stop. I say that it hurts the system in the end.
I don't think so. I think that not enough people do it. We need to do that more.
Yeah, but it's not going to change the results any.
It does. If enough
Where?
people make that choice, then there will be a change in the type of candidates we get and what those candidates are doing.
You need 20, 30, 35% to make
No,
a difference.
actually,
You'd be
no.
lucky to get 2.
No, all you need is about 5 to 7. Not even that much. You just
And all
need
it
enough.
does is like Ross. It's like Ross Perot.
No. All you
It's like
need.
it's people. It's like a third.
Let
It's
me
like
fi-
the local
let me
here with the
finish.
mayor.
Let me finish. Let me finish. All you need is the difference in the number of votes that would have changed the election, which very
Yeah.
often, like in the last couple of elections, you're talking about 3%. If three
Yeah, and
percent of people,
Bill Clinton won twice because there was a third party, which is really the same thing.
not quite. No,
Well, Ross Perot didn't have an impact. Who was president? Of course he did.
of course he did. But
Bill
you're
Clinton
saying
wouldn't
that
have
was
won it. If there wasn't a third party candidate, Bill Clinton wouldn't have won.
yeah. But I think there should have been. Ross Perot deserved and proved that he had the right to do it, and he had a right.
So you're
to
right.
stand up.
You have a right to vote for anybody you want to. Vote
Yeah.
for a third party candidate. Write your own person in.
Yes,
But you have a right to screw everybody else over.
that's not screwing anyone over.
Getting Bill Clinton in for 2 terms did screw the country.
It wasn't a good choice. No, absolutely not. But many people
Ross,
felt that
Ross
Ross Perot was
Perot
better.
running as a third party candidate, and every person that voted for Ross Perot screwed over the rest of the country.
No, I don't think they screwed it over. They stood for
Well,
what they
that's the
believed
way.
in.
That's the way history. It's not an opinion. It's the way it was historical fact.
No, you're confusing the result with the intent. What happened as a result? We couldn't have known. The day they made the vote,
Of course, you could have got the result. And all you do is just do the math.
no, they made their choice. They made a choice, and I respect that they made that choice. Whether or not the outcome was good or bad doesn't change the choice they made. The choice was right for them.
Wow.
I stand by that completely.
Wow.
It's why I don't tell people who to vote for.
I'm not saying who to vote for.
Well, yeah, you are. And you have the right to do that.
No, vote for a person that you think is closest to your values.
Yes.
That can actually be in office. to
No.
do the things that-
See, now you're qualifying. It's vote for the person you think that's best. Period. Vote for the person you think that's best. Period. I don't care if they're Democrat, Republican. I don't care if they're progressive or libertarian, conservative or
That's
otherwise.
great. It's great in theory, and I agree with that. But we live in the real world,
And it's
voting
not a
like
theory
that
to me.
has consequences.
Everything has a consequence.
Yeah, but the problem is when you exercise your right,
Hmm.
you're putting consequences on other people.
Every election is a consequence on other people, whether I win or lose. Whether the people I want win or lose doesn't matter. And the election cycle, the process of having our voices being heard and having an impact doesn't end with an election. Even if someone I absolutely hate is elected, it doesn't stop there. Biden won. That doesn't mean that I stopped caring or trying to influence policy in America. It doesn't change. Yeah, he's a bad choice. He's been hurting America. And I could either say, gee, people should have voted for Trump. Well, that's great. I don't care. The problem is I need to get 16,000 Americans out of the Sudan back to America. I need 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, 10,000 in the Ukraine to come back home. We need our government to reassure Japan that they don't need their own military and the United States will stand up for them. We need to figure a way to end the conflict in the Ukraine. Whether or not Biden got elected in 2020 does not change what's happening now. And because I voted against Biden doesn't stop my influence at this moment trying to change his policy because his policy isn't working. So again, win or lose an election does not end the process. We need to, and that's the thing people need to remember, we need to keep going. We don't stop at, okay, I put in my vote, I either won or I lost, and I'm done. That's the problem with our politics right now. People stop the moment they put in the vote. Once that ballot's in, they say, oh, well, and politics doesn't affect me anymore. Going on, no, keep being involved. You have to keep getting involved. You have to keep writing the letters. You have to keep speaking out. You have to keep reminding everybody.
That's a different issue entirely.
It's all the same process. It's all the same process. And whether or not I voted for any of those guys doesn't change that process. It doesn't stop. And it doesn't matter who I voted for. Once the tally's in, I keep going.
Okay.
You don't have to agree. That's okay.
I'm done talking, so have a good day.
You too. So folks, as always, as I always say, you can be on the program and tell me your thoughts. You don't have to agree. That's not what the program's about. It's not about what you must think. It's about having the conversation. And that's for you to think. Maybe you disagree with me. That's okay. Your vote is your vote. How you make your vote is up to you. The only thing I always ask is have a reason, not a feeling, not because of an ad, but have a reason for why you vote. Is this the best candidate? If you don't think any of the candidates are the best candidate, pick a different one. Whether it's third party or Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck, there is in every election, about 0.5% to 1.5% of all votes in a presidential election are written in Donald Duck or Mickey Mouse. Because those are people who say, I reject all of those choices. That happens every election. So never stop there. And Jan mentions it. We're in a mess because we don't have to vote just because a person says, I'm in this party or that. Remember, it was that I want to point out, and again, I'm not attacking John. I'm not attacking anyone who has a different opinion. But I want you to understand the process doesn't end right there. And I want to just bring up something. I'm trying to search for it right now for you. Okay. And this, you can see this from the Daily Mail. So this was back in April 16th of 2019. Nancy Pelosi said before a crowd of Democrats that you could have a glass of water with a Democrat, the D after its name, on the ballot, and that would be it. That's all you need, and that could have won in the New York 14th district, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's district. That just being a Democrat was enough. I never want a politician to be able to say that to the public, and most people will agree or acknowledge that that's correct. Always have a reason. Being a Democrat, a Republican, a Libertarian, a Conservative, a Green Party is not a reason. That's not a reason for a candidate. There has to be more. Being a woman is not a reason for being a candidate. Being transgender or gay or LGBTQAI+, saying that you're a toaster, is not a reason. Having a suntan or not having a suntan is not a reason for being a candidate. It's just not enough. We need to have a substance behind it. We have to have more than that. If we don't have substance behind it, then we have people like Josh Riley saying, hey, my family has been in upstate New York for 100 years. Okay, I guess that's a reason to vote for him. It has no substance. It's meaningless. We have to evaluate the candidates. We have to be able to say that there is something else beyond it. And you have to be able to stand by that and say, okay, and if no one hits your criteria, whatever it is for you, do not be afraid to say, and I'll vote the different way. That's what I believe. You may disagree, and that's perfectly fine. I'm happy to hear that. In the comments, people can write in and say, Mike, I disagree with that completely. I think that hurts. Okay. But this is my understanding on it. And that's okay. I believe that we need to have substance, and it's not enough at the end of it to say Republican or Democrat. And I have many friends who disagree. And John is not the only one who says that's not an answer, Mike. I have several friends, conservatives, Republicans, libertarians, that say, no, Mike, you have to vote by the party. At the end of the day, you have to pick the best party person and vote for them. Okay. And I've had this argument with many, many people. That's where I stand. You can stand wherever it is you want to stand. And on this channel, we respect that. I will never tell you that you are wrong for having your conviction and your way of voting. I only ask that you have a substance, a reason beyond just the superficial for any candidate that you pick in any election. If you want to vote for Josh Riley, fantastic. Knock yourself out. But have a better reason than his family lived in upstate New York for 100 years. Have a better reason than, well, he's a Democrat, or because he's white, or because he's young. Those aren't reasons. That has nothing to do with whether or not he can do the job. And, again, I would say to people, don't pick on John for having a different opinion. Just like I would say that about Progressive Mike or anyone else in the chat. We talk about the positions. I don't know if anyone said that, John, you're a uniparty. I don't think that's what people are saying. I don't see that in the comments. But I understand the reasoning of what they're saying. Again, this isn't to attack anyone, but this is to explain the reasoning that I have, and I think it makes sense. Others may not. But that's what this channel is about, to have that conversation. To be able to say, this is why I do things. These are the principles I live by. This is how I make my decisions, how we can improve America. And maybe John's right. Maybe I'm right. Maybe there's a different answer altogether. I don't know. But let's have that conversation. Let's have that conversation before November 2024, before people are going down the line saying, well, it's the Republican versus the Democrat, and that's the only choice we have. Be involved in your local politics. Be involved in your state and federal politics. Make your voice heard. Be involved in the primaries and pick the best candidate in the primaries. And if your candidate isn't running in the primaries, have them go and volunteer and put them up to run in primaries or to be a write-in candidate and see if everyone else agrees with you. That's how we improve America. More choice, more involvement. The less people are involved, the worse it gets. I truly believe that. And that's the difference between America and many other countries. We have the ability to put people into primaries. Regular, average Americans can step up and say, I want to be part of this process. I want my voice heard. I want that candidate, or I want that candidate in my party or independently to run for that elected office. We just had Hal Stewart, who was making comments earlier. He ran in 2022 for the New York 19. He says that he wants to run for the New York 22 in 2022. And now in 2024, he's considering running for the New York 19. Fantastic. I would never tell him not to. There was a transgender candidate running for the New York 22 early in 2022. And I did an interview with her. No problem. I would never tell a candidate not to run. It's up to you to pick the one that's the best. And if you don't see the best one running, it's up to you to find that candidate, to convince them to run, and to support them. Grace mentions to vote in primaries, don't you have to register as either a Republican or Democrat? Depends on the state that you're in. Every state has a different rule. Some states allow you to, I think New Hampshire is one of the states where you can vote for any candidate in any party on whether they should be running. And many states have what's called the closed system, which is New York, where if you're not a Republican, if you're a Republican, you can only vote on Republican candidates in the primaries. If you're a Democrat or a Libertarian, you can only vote on that party. So it depends on which state you are in. So in New York State, it's yes, you have to be a Republican to vote in Republican primary. You have to be a Democrat to vote in Democratic primary, or any other party. Libertarians vote for Libertarians, conservatives for conservatives, and down the line it goes. So that's New York State. Again, it's a little different. There's different answers in different states. You got to know what's in your state. Again, that's part of being involved. And I'm glad that you asked the question, Grace. By the way, hello, Grace. Good to see you here. It's a good question. But that's part of being involved. Ask the questions. There is no bad question. There are bad answers. Some questions are better than other questions. That's not to say that you can't have a question that's not a great question, like, is the moon made of cream cheese? No, that's not a great question. But it's not a bad question because maybe the answer may lead you to further discoveries. I do not try, and I do not want anyone to think that we're beating up on anyone for the answers. I don't have to agree. You don't have to agree with me. But as long as we understand why, the substance behind it, I think that's the important part. And I think that's what moves us forward. I think that's what helps to make liberty better. That's what I believe. I did want to mention something quickly, or maybe not so quickly, depends. California is going to get rid of trucks. They're going to ban trucks. Hang on, I've got a question here from Dow. Is the earth flat? Owen Benjamin has been arguing the flat earth theory to help people break their complacency bias. It's been lit. I know there's a lot of flat earthers out there. And mind you, flat earthers are not considered disinformation or misinformation. Even though the science, which we're told we have to follow the science says they're wrong. The science says they're misinformed. But yet the misinformation policies don't apply to flat earthers, which tells you there is a bias whenever someone says misinformation, disinformation, because they don't talk about the people who believe in mermaids. They don't talk about the people who believe in Bigfoot, the people who believe in aliens, the people who believe in flat earth, or any other idea that is considered outside the mainstream. But specifically, when you say, well, what about the flat earthers? They go, well, that's not important. Isn't that misinformation? Isn't that, by the policies that we are told of misinformation and disinformation, isn't that something that's supposed to be censored? Isn't that supposed to be suppressed? And the fact that they don't suppress that I can talk all day and night for hours upon hours. I could do a stream going 24 hours talking about nothing but flat earth and saying it's absolutely true. And YouTube will never touch it. Google will never suppress it. They'll probably promote it. But if you talk about trans, if you talk about LGBTQAI plus, someone wants to be called a toaster, if you talk about gun control, if you talk about inflation, if you talk about recession, if you talk about green energy, if you talk about energy independence, then you will be suppressed. Gee, do you see where the bias is? Because you can talk about anything as long as it's approved. That's something that people should be aware of and scared of. But I was about to mention, California is banning the sale of new diesel trucks. And this is kind of important, I think. They're banning trucks, and that should tell you that they have no plan to improve the economy. We're going to get rid of all the diesel trucks. Trucks are the number one way that food gets to your neighborhood. We know, at least at this moment, that we do not have enough electricity in America within the next 7 years to be able to switch over to electric stoves, to switch over to electric cars. There isn't enough electricity. You can ask New York State, you can ask California, and they will tell you that after the next 7 years, they cannot make enough electricity with solar, with wind, with all of the things they have right now. They cannot make enough electricity to run the cities. It doesn't work. That's not me saying that. That's the state of California. That's the state of New York. They will tell you directly. They have the projections. They cannot make enough electricity. They will miss by 10, 15, 20%. And they don't know where the electricity is going to come from. But they are forcing us to change. And now we're changing our trucking. And we're going to start punishing businesses for not switching over to green energy, even as they don't have a solution. And they're doing, why are they saying it now? So that they can get companies to start changing today. And the more and more they start changing today, by the time they get to 3036, they want everyone to have already changed over. So they're starting now. But the problem is, within 7 years, there won't be enough electricity for the trucks to run to get the food to you. This is how politicians make a problem that they don't have a solution to. This is how they make a problem that's going to affect your future. In doing this, California is going to hurt you. One of the biggest ports is California for imported goods. And everything that comes from California has to be shipped across to the rest of the country, and they are going to hurt you. The prices are going to skyrocket. They are telling you that in the future, there will be inflation and there won't be enough goods, whether it's food or TVs or clothing. It's not going to be there. And if you don't have enough money, you won't be afford to have it. This is going to cut your quality of life. And they are telling you up front, because they don't have the electricity, therefore, you won't have the products. It is a very honest way of looking at the future. We take the information we have right now. The state of California already told us they don't have a solution. They are already having brownouts selectively. They don't have enough electricity to run the electric cars they have now with the green energy that they are pushing now. And they don't have a solution for that. And it's only going to get worse. And they know it. They have told you that. And now they're going to punish the rest of the country for not agreeing with their political agenda, which means more inflation. It means less quality of life, less products for you. The poor will get poorer. And the poor will have less access. Where are those wonderful, benevolent progressives that are saying, we've got to make sure everyone has everything? Well, California is telling you you're going to have less and live with it. Does anyone disagree with that? Again, if there's any progressive, any Democrat, any California politician wants to disagree with me on that, 607-242-9247. You can call in and I will hear you out. If there's a politician in California that can tell me where they're going to get the extra 15% of electricity in year 8, 9, 10 from today, where they're going to be getting that and how they're going to be able to distribute it, how they're going to end the brownouts with green energy, if they can explain that to me today, I am happy to hear that. Please correct me, because as far as I can find from all evidence that is out there, including from the state of California, it does not exist, which is why they won't have the conversation. Going back to some of the comments there, Grace mentions maybe just because they don't think people will go along with it, and it doesn't affect our politics in terms of talking about misinformation. Because people aren't paying a lot of attention, because they don't take the flat earth idea seriously, that's why they don't suppress it. Grace, you're right, except here's the thing. In terms of the flat earth misinformation, the rules on misinformation don't say, if no one takes it seriously, we just ignore it. That's not the rules on misinformation and disinformation that we hear from Congress, that we hear from various states and from the news media. They say, if it's misinformation, you can't promote that. You can't say it. That's what they're telling us. Not that is it substantial Is it impactful? Will it change the world? They didn't say that. They didn't say, is it comical? Is it farcical? They didn't say that. They said, if it's misinformation based on science, as we see the science right this second, then it's misinformation and it has to be removed. But they don't. And their excuse is, well, it's not really serious. That's not an answer. No, it means you're picking and choosing. It means you're being selective about the censorship. And that's the thing we need to call out. But thank you for that point, and that's correct. Jan mentions, did you see how Idaho is fighting windmills in their state? The windmills have nothing to do with Idaho. The power will be sent to California. Of course it is. Because California needs the power. Because California can't generate enough power. By the way, the windmills in Idaho won't do it either. They need far, far more. Grace mentions that it's only diesel trucks. The ironic part is they will send a diesel truck to charge a vehicle that has run out of electric power. It's going to get way worse than that. Jan says, I left California in 2007 and we were having brownouts even before then. Yes, because they cannot keep up the growth. This is one of the reasons why people are leaving California, why they're leaving New York State, because they have no effective plan. Dow says, financial heads all over is that the general population should accept that they will be poorer and just give it time, and their policies and things may eventually get better. Oh, financial heads all over are saying that the general population accept less. And what is it that TED Talk is? You will own nothing and you will be happy. Same concept. You will get less and you will be happy because you're still richer than 80% of the rest of the world. I mean, it is a fact that Americans who make $20,000 are richer than 78% of the rest of the world. We are rich. So they're going to take away from us to give to others. Part of that redistribution isn't just taking from rich people in America and giving it to poor people in America. No. It's going to be taking it from Americans to give it to people in Haiti, in Venezuela, in Africa. That's the real solution. That's the real distribution. Hang on one second. Nope, I thought I had a call coming in. I thought I heard a call coming in. So that's the big thing. Now, maybe you disagree. And that's fine. Tell me, where's the energy coming from? And if we don't have enough energy, are you willing to live with less? Regardless. Hang on one second, folks. Hang on one second, folks. Hang on one second, folks. Slight emergency here. We just need to really take a quick second here.
Cut.
I have
And
to check an
Stooge.
emergency.
I'm so
in.
happy,
One
the
second.
man, the myth, the legend himself,
Stooge.
from
Okay.
upstate
Also
New York,
Texas
Binghamton,
Stooge.
originally from here, but now from there.
He will be joining
his
soon.
own podcast.
All right, guys.
No
So we're
Soundbites
up and we're
Bites
live,
allowed.
and
The one and only
it
Michael
is
Voss. Thank you
streaming
for coming
now.
today.
I apologize to everyone watching the video on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, as whatever the
I had
internet
a
gods will
crazy,
allow, because
to talk about real fast.
technology was giving us
are a
difficulties.
rarity
We've got it
in New
resolved,
York
and I think for the patience of
You
the students
are a
over
Republican.
at Rutgers University,
And not just that, you are a Republican
Gabriel,
of color
this is your show.
in New York
Please.
State.
Black
Start on
and
up.
Puerto Rican.
Oh
which,
my
I mean,
God.
I'm like checking off all kinds of boxes they can't see.
Thank
That's
you.
correct. Yes,
So
that's not what's supposed to happen.
today we'll
Please
have
tell me,
Michael
how is that?
Vasquez, an expert on gun control and red flag laws, speak about how red flag laws are immoral and how their implementation has led to a multitude of negative consequences for communities across America.
Well, you're originally from the Bronx, right?
Thank you for that.
Just like I am.
And I want
Heavy
to
Democrats.
welcome everybody there
Hello,
over at
hello,
Rutgers.
everybody out there.
It's great to be back with you
So,
guys. I
everyone's
was hoping that I would
pretty
be
much
able,
everyone I knew.
if it weren't for COVID, I'd be there on campus again.
least they thought
Last
they
time I
were.
was on campus was about 1990 when I left the school. I got there in 1986.
followed the family
And it's a
line.
beautiful campus.
Everyone's
You know the
grow up in- well,
the dorms
that's what we
over,
are.
right on the
We are, of
Raritan,
course. Of course.
the 3 towers.
And-
I was in the
but
middle
then I
one
went to
on the 6th
military
floor.
and
And
also college.
Oh, we
I was on Campbell Hall, the
Democrats really aren't.
one like
They aren't
farthest
they
from
don't line up
like the center of New
Right.
Brunswick.
in what I had
Yep.
experienced.
And so
Love
it-
those river dorms.
oh, they are the best. And we had all kinds of trouble that I beg of you, don't do anything we did because we were
I
just
suddenly
really
realized
bad.
after I came back,
A different world, though.
socialism and what
But it is good to be back
what
with
the
Rutgers
democratic
University.
process was leading
So let me
towards.
mention that
Then,
I like to do, whenever I
that's not what
speak,
I'm
and I
about.
do speak on these kind of
I
subjects
believe in
quite a
the
bit.
rule of law.
Been doing this for
I
about
believe in the
15 years
Constitution.
now.
I believe in the freedom of
And
individuals.
I do like
believe in
interactivity.
the
I'm going to go through the
government
little bit of the
to
speech
start
first, and then
us.
we're going to open it up to all your questions. I hope you have a lot of questions. I know it's an issue that a lot of people have not
It is
heard.
what it is. It is.
All right, folks, 1 second. I apologize for the delay here. Just got a message from someone, a friend, who's having a medical emergency. Hopefully, they're not having a heart attack. Just to let you know, if you have shooting pains that are coming from your left side into your chest, you have a heavy chest, you have trouble breathing, these are some of the symptoms that can lead to a heart attack. Please be aware of that. Have aspirin, not Tylenol, not ibuprofen. You need an aspirin. That's one of the first things you want to have. And if you're not sure, especially if the person's also having shortness of breath, call an ambulance. Just call an ambulance and take care of them. That's just, it happened to me. And that's when I went into the hospital and had it checked out. I got to go take care of someone who may be having that now. So, I'm sorry, but I got to go. Thank you for the conversation. I want everyone to be well. I'll talk.